Good morning, everybody. I hope that you are having a great and wonderful Sunday. I am back. I know it's been about 2 weeks since the last Dungeon Master Academy. Fortunately, I was not around last weekend, but I am here today. If this is your first time coming to the stream, welcome. My name is Paladin. Welcome to Paladin's Archives. And today, on Sundays, I do a stream to teach people how to be a great Dungeon Master. So if that applies to you, if you're wanting to increase your Dungeon Master skills, then you came to the right spot. Now, this is going to be a very long stream today, a lot longer than normally it would be, but today I'm going to be talking about Art by Wishing. Hi, I need to be in a DM. I need videos like this to help. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Well then, yeah, I'm great to have you here. Welcome, Art by Wishing. Any questions that you or anyone else might have at all, feel free to just throw them out, and I will answer them live. As far as who I am, so that you guys know who I am and where my notoriety has come from, I've been a Dungeon Master for 11 years, going on 12. I've been doing it professionally for 2.5 years now, full time. I've run games professionally. I've written books. I'm publishing my first adventure relatively soon. I'm posting it on Foundry here in the next week. I stream, I create content. I also helped organize breaking a world record back in 2022 with 73 other individuals. We played for 440.5 hours straight, alternating every 4 hours. I also run the Paladin's Archives community. So there's quite a lot of things that I've done and a lot of things that I do currently now. And so there is a lot of wisdom that I want to share with others, and also giving my insight on various things that the community asks and wants. So today, as far as the specific topics that I'm going to be covering, this is going to be our fifth episode out of a 12 episode series, and I'm going to be talking about the hard skills of D&D, specifically how to prepare for the unknown, how you as a Dungeon Master can prepare yourself ahead of time to handle things like improvisation and anything that gets thrown at you in the middle of the game, so that way you can better handle some of the better handle things that come up that are unexpected. And I said, are you on Start Playing? Out of curiosity. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Future questions. Of course, I am on Start Playing Games, actually. So I could give my profile out here. Just a second. Here we go. There's my profile on Start Playing Games. I do have some games that are going to be starting relatively soon for the Indigo Isles. I am looking to put several groups together. If people are interested in games that I'm running professionally, I will put my link there. Yeah, absolutely. You're very welcome. I'm starting to get a couple of groups together. Looks like on Friday or Thursday morning at around 8 a.m. EST, there's going to be a group starting. 8 p.m. on Sunday EST is another group that's going to be starting as well. Not that I'm trying to promote for those games right now, but if you do have interest in games that I'm running, there is my profile there, so that we can get a look at things, and you can contact me if you want to join anything. Mostly it's Indigo Isles and Rapinathic that are on Monday game that I have going on right now. But back to what we're going to be talking about today. So this lesson today is going to focus specifically on the hard skills that will expand a Dungeon Master's repertoire by sheer exposure to a large magnitude of extremely massive subjects that'll take a person years to try to even get through one of them. And so I'm going to be going over a large rabbit hole of many things. And today, like I said, is going to be the longest stream because of that. And so, because I'm going to be going right there through it with you too. I am going to go through a lot of high quality aids that are going to help you and any Dungeon Master with their skills, so that way you can pull a rabbit out of your hat in just about any situation. So a lot of these things that I'm going to be showing to you are going to be very basic fundamental pillars that are going to build towards a lesson later on that I'm going to teach. That's going to be how to do high quality improvisation, but you can't do high quality improvisation without having the lower fundamentals set up first. So that way you could then do many things out of the drop of a hat, and then you can surprise and even impress people by just being able to come up with something instantly with very little ease and little effort. So now there are a couple of options here, but mostly it's going to be covering four different things. Each one of these is very expansive in and of themselves. So I'm going to be talking about knowing what your options are. There are a lot of rules in D&D 5e, and there's also more rules beyond 5e that can be looked upon in order to add them to your games, and I definitely do use this one a lot. I'm going to be talking about monster ecology, introduction to TTRPG historical research, and also how to create your own game master's toolkit. Each one of these in and of themselves is a major topic. So and we're going to be watching a couple of YouTube videos. I set some videos off to the side already, so that way we can look at them together. Now I'm going to start by just, I just want to talk about things that have been going on lately in the Paladin Archives community, and also why I wasn't here last week. So last week I wasn't able to stream because I had a really had a near death. Well, I had twice. I almost had a near death experience twice that week prior. I got stranded in the middle of Texas. My car had given out and my engine had blown. So I was several hours away from home and couldn't get back home because there was no cell service. And yeah, I was gone for about 5 days, really far from home. I'm doing better now. I lost 15 pounds of weight because I had to move my car manually in the 100-degree heat for 5 hours so that I can get it to a mechanic, and then I got it repaired. Got to Houston, Texas, and then the next day my car just was not working. So I was stuck in Houston for several days, and I did not plan to stay in Houston for several days. So it was almost like I was homeless for like a day or two, which sucked. That sucked a lot. And if you've never been to Houston, it's very humid over there, and I lost so much water from my body. I was sweating constantly, and at times there were like I couldn't find water for several hours at a time, and it's just like I don't know how people do it living in the streets. But that gave me a whole new understanding of what it is that struggles and tribulations that people have to go through that don't have anywhere to stay. I mean, it was pretty awful. And so I thought that I legit was gonna die, like from dehydration, just being right out there. But I couldn't get away back until a couple of days later, where my parents came and they picked me up and my broken ass car, brought me back here, and I just felt like so many layers of exhaustion just layered on top of me when I got here. So I couldn't stream last Sunday. I was recovering and I had lost so much weight, which, hey, I'm a little bit thinner now, so I'm just thankful for that. But it really kind of put life in perspective a little bit, going through a period of extremes. And I just kept asking myself, like, if I had done enough, or if I have achieved the goals that I wanted to put. But regardless of if I had before or not, it really put things into perspective of just the mortal coil that is life and how much time we might have here. And so going forward, it just kind of really set my priorities a little bit more straight. So yeah, well, I'm glad I'm here. So that's the whole reason why I wasn't here last week. I had a near-death experience twice. And so now today, with that said, I will be talking about all of this and trying to share as much of my knowledge to you guys to the best that I can. So with that said, and with the sad stuff to the side, let's go ahead and start. And also thank you, Art by Wishing, for wishing me well. I really appreciate that a lot. So now the first thing that I'm going to be talking about is knowing your options, right? I definitely heavily recommend that if you're a dungeon master to read the Dungeon Master's Guide. There is a lot of stuff in there that'll help you with your games, a lot more than what people think. And it's quite surprising how many people don't read the Dungeon Master's Guide. I mean, there's so much good stuff in there that will help you with your games. Not only that, but there's so many variant rules that people don't know about. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to spoon feed these rules to you guys. And so we're going to go through a page and I'm going to show you what that page is. I'm going to link it here first. Boop. So this is the link that I'm looking at for optional and variant rules. Let me just switch my screen over here. Boop. There we go. So I'm going to be going over a lot of these rules. So there are many variant and optional rules in D&D 5e, both in the player handbook and the Dungeon Master Guide, and also in places like Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Xanathar's Guide to Everything. So this is going to be a good introduction to, or good cover of like what it is that's available to you. You'll be surprised to see how much you can add to your games. And so, but before even going what these things are, I just want to express that that every single rule in D&D is an optional rule. So what is really hard to manage is knowing when to add and when not to add certain rules. And so depending on your type of game or type of feel that you're trying to go for, you might be adding some rules to make the game more difficult if you want to have it be like a very gritty survivalist sort of game. Or you might get rid of a lot of rules that are like that if you want it to be more of an easy, relaxing, cozy game. But whatever it is, just know that whenever you take away or add something, a mechanic to the game, you are to do it for the reason of trying to achieve a certain feel or a certain perspective of what it is you want your game to be like. So I will give a very real example for something that I'm running. I run the Rapinathic game on Mondays, and that is a very lethal, high brutality game where it's very hard to win as a player. And I built it in that way so that way the viewers, as our 7th player, is able to help them get through these really difficult dungeons that I've set up for them. And it's meant to not be possible for them to win without the Twitch viewers helping. So for that kind of game, I have set up a long list of optional rules that are made in order to be against the party entirely, to make it entirely unfair towards them. And so that is a type of field that I set up specifically for that game. But I would not recommend that for a normal game because it's not meant for a normal group. This game that I run on Mondays is supposed to be unfair on purpose, and that's what they want to play. And they want the challenge, they want the brutality, and also having the fun of having Twitch chat throw in a bunch of magic towards us that helps the game. And so that's how that game is meant to be built around. And so knowing when to and when not to add certain rules or mechanics, it might take a little bit of trial and effort. But as we're going through the list, I think it'll be I'll give some examples of when you can use some of these rules for. And I'll also tell you like my perspective on some of these rules, like which ones get ignored, which ones get used, etc. So let's just start from the very top. So, okay, so here is a long list of optional rules. I mean, action options, alternatives to epic boons, creating and modifying game elements, crafting a magic item, customizing ability scores, equipment sizes, fear and horror, feats, healer's kit dependency, hero points, hitting cover, injuries, inspiration, massive damage, milestone experience, mixing potions, I love that one, more difficult item identification, multi-classing, planar effects, renown, scroll mishaps, skills and different abilities, slow natural healing, unearthed arcana, variant backgrounds, variant human traits, and here are optional rules that a lot of people ignore. Alignment, cleaving through creatures, encumbrance, firearms, explosives and alien technology, healing surges, honor, initiative, variance, level advancement without XP, loyalty, morale, only players award inspiration, piety, playing on a grid and using miniatures, plot points, proficiency, check variance, proficiency die, rest variance, sanity, spell points, training to gain levels, wands that don't recharge. Okay, so I literally just dumped a bunch of words at you. So I'm just gonna go through these one at a time, and I'll be reading them to you, and also talking about my experience with using them and when I've used them, if at all. So let's start from the very beginning. So alignment. So I think that this is one of those that there is a lot of controversy, at least a lot of talking about. a lot of discussion in the D&D community. There are a lot of people that don't use alignment in their games. In fact, in 5e, there is very little to no mechanical effect on the game for using alignment at all. Like there are spells and abilities that mention it in name only. I think I'm reading off of here, almost word by word. Yep. For example, the Paladin's tradition, detect evil, is there. There's divine sense that's supposed to detect undead or celestials or fiends. But there are, aside from that, there really is no mechanical reason to add alignment, unless maybe you're adding a specific weapon or item that requires that the character be of a certain alignment. I think one clear example that I could think of is Tyrioli. Tyrioli is a sentient sword that is seen in D&D 5e's Dungeon of the Mad Mage, which requires you to be of a certain alignment to use. Otherwise, it will abandon you because it does not like certain behaviors. In D&D 5e, there really is no consequence to acting in a certain alignment in game at all. Now, in other editions, like in other tabletop role-playing games like Pathfinder, Pathfinder 2nd edition actually does require a certain alignment for certain things, and it's very specific about what it is that paladins or clerics will lose their powers for, with a feature called anathema, and that there's also a way for them to gain their powers back. Let's see. I'm definitely guilty of not reading the DMG enough. I'm running my first campaign, Rime of the Frostmaiden, both in play-by-post format and voiced online game. As for alignment, it's definitely something I don't add much, but I do have an action and consequence rule. Oh, nice. That's very cool. So, but if you want to add alignment into your game, I probably would only really put a lot of focus on this if you are trying to go for like a very heavy, like justice and evil, sort of like good and evil sort of campaign, but also one that has mechanical effects for one and the other. However, in order to do that, you would really have to add a lot of homebrew rules that don't exist naturally in 5e, and I would suggest only doing it if you're trying to go for that sort of feel of a game. Otherwise, it's adding a lot of complexity for very little to no gain. But alignment, actions of people are more complex and nuanced than just being defined by one or a few actions. And even if a person does like one bad action or one good action, what can be seen as evil in one culture can actually be seen good as another culture. And so that's the other nuance of alignment of good and evil, is that if you are in one location, you actually might be considered evil, even though in another location you might be considered good. Good and evil are all very, very arbitrary labels that are defined by the norm of the culture of the area you are in, which means that could change wildly depending on where you're at. You might be considered evil in goblin culture if you are out there slaying goblins, right? But in human culture, you might be considered good for slaying goblins. So that's like one very clear example. In that place, I couldn't hear you, so sorry about that. Yeah, all good, all good. So there are many ways in which alignment can be defined, but it's also very arbitrary nuance, and so really alignment doesn't make a good system for D&D 5e, so a lot of people tend to just kind of chuck it to the side. Myself included, I don't put any effort into alignment at all. I just tell people, hey, as long as you are collaborating with the other players and you're not playing antagonistic to them, then hey, then that's good. But let's move on. Action options. So I think that I don't see a lot of games that use alternative actions. And so I think that we all know the main actions that you can do in 5e. For example, you can dash, you can attack with a spell or a weapon attack. But there is a lot more that people can do than what they know. And so here are some of those options that you also can do. And this is on the DMG page 271 to 272. There are many more rules that people can do. For example, it is possible to climb onto a bigger creature. There are rules that allow for small or medium creatures to climb onto a suitably larger opponent, being able to climb on top of them. And it is a very good flavorful rule. It's also a really good way in order to instill mechanics that require defeating a boss in a specific way. I have done this rule before in a very specific way. So I have ran raid bosses that were kind of like Shadow of the Colossus. If you never played Shadow of the Colossus, basically the game is built around this knight that is on a horse, and he's trying to bring his dead beloved back to life. And in order to do so, he has to go around the land and fight these massive colossal creatures. And he has to climb on top of them and stab them in very specific areas of their body. And so I have done that sort of game before, where I had required players in order to climb on top of creatures in order to fight them in specific areas. And so that is one way that you could do that. I've also had used this in a different way, using creatures as a platform. And so I had a room that had a giant worm, but its mouth was sealed shut. And they had to climb on top of the giant worm and ride on top of it in order to navigate to the other side, which had a hallway that was midway, like 50 feet up from the wall. And so they were low level, so they didn't have access to spider climb or fly. And so that was a cool way for them to kind of like figure out how to get across. And so these are ways that you can use climb onto bigger creatures in your games. And it's a very, I think it's very cool. And so being able to give players the option to climb onto things is also a great way to allow them to find alternative ways to fight. For example, if I'm a medium-sized creature and there is a troll, which is a large-sized creature, I could climb on top of the troll and I could put a bag over their head to blind them. Well, there you go. Now my opponent is blinded, which means that everyone else gets advantage on attack rolls against the troll, and the troll gets disadvantage on attacks against the players and anyone else. So that is a great alternative to being able to play games with a little bit different of a feel, rather than just the whole, hey, I hit. So this is, so these are things that definitely can be used in very variable ways. All it requires is that there is a little bit of guidance from the dungeon master to show the players how to do those kind of things. Also, hey Archaeist, hope you're having a good one. Okay, and I see that you sent some message. Let's see. Art by Wishing, he said that these are my actions and consequence rules. While alignment can affect or inform action, just know that your actions in character might have far-reaching effects and consequences, regardless of alignment for your character. Example from the smallest of gestures. Also, thank you for the hydrate. From the smallest of gestures with NPCs to the outcome of a battle, even a moment where you thought it was inconsequential, similar to a game. Some things may come back and echo in the present. I'm definitely using the actions alternatives for Rem now. Hey, hey, look, there you go. I'm glad that some of this is helping you out. And also, hi, James. Hope you're having a good one, and you as well, Archaeist. So, climb onto bigger creatures. It's a great way to have a dynamic fight against stuff. It's also a great way to give players more things to use in combat. So there you go. Disarm. So disarm is one of those that I have seen to be a little bit controversial, only because the fighter has a subclass, the not recollecting, the battle master, that is able to disarm as one of its battle maneuvers. And so the disarm, it's kind of as it sounds, it allows players or anyone, NPCs, to make an action in order to take out the weapon from someone else's hand or shield, right? It could be either or. And so this is a great way in order to add that to your games. Now, I will say that if you have a battle master fighter in your group, this is one easy way to kind of like to really take out the wind from their sails. So just be careful with this. If you are playing a very strategy-based game, that's what I would use this for. And I have used this arm before. I had done this setup a couple of years ago where it was like a chessboard, and I had given all of these alternative rules of actions to my players to use for that fight. And so they were able to like disarm the pawns and the knights, and the whole point was to try to get across. It wasn't a normal chess game by any means. But they were able to very quickly find out that if they had done these alternative small actions, they actually leveraged themselves to be in a more of a winning position than a losing position. Had they not used this arm action, then they would have definitely lost. But because they were smart and saw that they saw what options were available to them, they were able to get across quite safely. So great. This is a great rule to give to a group of players that have been playing for at least a couple of months. And so what I am a big supporter of is to start simple and to add rules as the game goes along and gets more complicated. Because as we're playing the game, we're going to get very used to playing in a certain way. We're going to get used to like, okay, like I'm a new player and I've been playing for 3 months. I know how to cast a spell as an action. I know what to do as a bonus action. I know what to do as a reaction. All the standard stuff that we all see in D&D 5e. Like I know that if an opponent goes away from my threatened range, I can use a reaction to hit them. But being able to give them these small actions, not all at once, but little bit by little bit over a long period of time, you're now making that game interesting again to them by giving them something new to work with. And so that's what's called the Holy Grail of gaming. So the Holy Grail of gaming is basically a game that can last forever, that increases its sophistication and rule set at the same rate that the player is also increasing their proficiency and knowledge with the game. And the only way to do that in 5e is to add new stuff for them to use constantly. And so one way that that's done very obviously is whenever characters level up, they get new abilities. However, if you find that your players are how can I put it, getting a little bit too used to the game or getting a little bored with the mechanics and the way that the world runs, I would just throw in an alternative rule like this arm at them, and then bam, now you have something new to work with. Now they have a new way of moving around in the world, and you have just relit that flame of interest and possibility for them as well. However, there is a downside to it in that the more rules that you add, the more complex the game gets, and then also the easier or harder the fights tend to be. And so if you are adding rules in and you're finding that the game is that they're just stomping over things and you're having to like really add on a lot of higher scaled monsters and you just feel like it's not meeting up to the challenge, you might have to look at the variant rules and either take away some or add some more. And so that's a thing that really is going to change from table to table. So just keep it in mind. But anyway, that's this arm. This arm is taking away someone's weapon or whatever they have in their hands. Now, mark. Mark is when you make a melee attack against a foe, you can choose to mark the creature. The action of marking is not an action. The mark lasts until the end of the attacker's next turn. An attack gains advantage of any opportunity attack made against a marked target. While not quite as useful as it was in 4th edition, this version of mark does make more practical sense. I've never used the mark action before. I mean, it really, there's things in D&D 5e that make more sense, such as like certain spells, like Hex, for example. But also the fact that you would have to give up a whole action, even though it say it's not an action. I wouldn't see how else you could do it because it doesn't say that you could use it as a bonus action or otherwise. We don't have a ranger in either of the campaigns, so it's tough now. Oh shit, that does sound pretty tough. You know what? I'm very curious what exactly it's referencing because it doesn't state what the rule is. Let me see. I'm just gonna pull it up in my book. By the way, I want to show you guys because I think this is funny. So this is my Dungeon Master's Guide. I read it once a year, and yeah, no, the spine has fallen off because I've used it so much. So just to show how much I really do use this book, I use it a lot. But I'm curious what it is that the rule is being referenced here. Let me pull it up. It's at page 171, 271. Okay. So, Mark, where are you? Mark. This option makes it easier for melee combatants to harry each other with opportunity attacks. When a creature makes a melee attack, it can also mark its target. Okay, so you're marking the target along with an action of hitting them. Until the end of the attacker's next turn, any opportunity attack it makes against the marked target has advantage. The opportunity attack doesn't expend the attacker's reaction, but the attacker can't make the attack of anything, such as the incapacitated condition. Okay, so basically what this does is that it's basically a free thing. So whenever you hit a creature, you can for free mark them. I'm not sure that I would use this. It just seems that there is all it does is give a power boost to whoever is using it for free without having to use your reaction. There's no action, there's nothing. It's just get it for free. So I'm not sure I would use it. However, you can alter it so that way you can use this in your games. And so what I would do to maybe fix this is, if you ever played Monster Hunter, you know, you go and hunt these big monsters and you have these paintballs that you could throw at them. So probably what I would do is probably use something similar where you can mark a target by throwing like a paintball at them or something. And in that way, it's almost like a fairy fire in a sense. But you're using your action to use it and an item to mark a target, and you're giving someone else the possibility to have advantage. And so if you had a ranger that has a bow, so maybe then they could have advantage on their bow attacks. And goodness knows, I mean, rangers don't get many opportunities to have advantage on their attacks. Even in opportunities where like the creature is prone, they hardly ever get advantage on their range attacks. So that could be a way that you could use this. You could alter it just a tiny bit to fit your games. That could be a alternative strategy to marking a target, is to have it be kind of similar to Monster Hunter. In and of itself, I probably wouldn't use it this way at all. I would definitely be more comfortable adding mark into my games if it was more tied to an action, a bonus action, a reaction, something, rather than a free action. So there you go. Overrun. I've used overrun before. So basically this is used whenever you want to go through the space of a hostile creature. So in D&D 5e, there are homebrew rules that allow characters to move through allies. However, I think by raw, it is not possible to move through the space of an ally. Or maybe I'm wrong. But at least in my games, I definitely let my players move through the space of an ally. Overrun is basically a way for characters to move through a hostile creature's space, so long as there is a check involved. And so how that works is that there is a check, I believe that it is acrobatics. As an action or a bonus action, the mover makes an athletics check contested by the hostile creature's athletics check. So the creature attempting to overrun has advantage on this check if it is larger than the hostile creature, or disadvantage if it is smaller. Now, see, the one thing about overrun though is that if the creature is 2 sizes larger than you, you are able to freely move through the space anyways. So this is something that would only work if there is a difference of size of 1. So if you're medium and the creature is large, or if you're medium and the creature is medium, you're medium and the creature is small, in that way then it would make sense to use this. But I think just one little tidbit to add here is that if the creature is 2 sizes bigger or smaller, you don't have to make any sort of overrun check, and that's just the normal rules for 5e. I definitely would, kind of similar to like disarm and climb onto bigger creatures, I would add this in if there is a need for having to add more variance into combat. So I would probably add it in somewhere like mid to late game. I know that at least for my games, I always add some of these rules in at certain points, probably around like starting like level 5 or 10. I'll probably start adding some of these things in. But this could be a good rule, especially if you are going to be running a lot of dungeon crawl campaigns. I probably would even put this in from the beginning, only because the dungeon spaces tend to be really tight and narrow, and it would also give your creatures and also the party members another way in order to combat and maneuver around, rather than having this war of attrition of just having a front line that can't get past each other. So that's something that you could use. Shove aside, the ability to shove a creature backwards. So this is this is basically a shove action. So you can either shove backwards or you can shove them towards you by pulling them in. I like variants. I might add some of these in the beginning. Yeah, awesome. So the shove aside is one where if you play Baldur's Gate 3, I think I've heard that it gets used a lot in that game. I haven't played. I've been looking for another person to play with. I don't want to play it alone, so I'm not sure how the mechanics exactly work, but I've heard there's a lot of shoving. And so basically what you do is that you literally grab them, and the shove action has the normal shove action has two ways you can do it. You can either shove them into the ground and make them prone, or you can push them backwards 5 feet. And that is just a normal athletics versus athletics or acrobatics. However, the shove aside is different. It adds a third way that you could shove people. And so what you do is that with disadvantage on your athletics check, you can instead grab them, and instead of pushing them backwards, you can either push them left, right, or back, or put them behind you, or diagonally. So it's any other direction other than back. And so it says that you have disadvantage on this sort of check. However, I would just make it a normal athletics check if it was up to me. Well, only because it's more to remember. If you're having to remember, like, okay, if it's a shove aside, it's disadvantage, but for any other shove, it's just a normal check. I would say just, make it simple and just make it all a normal athletics check. I have used this before. I actually kind of use this in my games already without even knowing it. So I allow players to shove in any direction that they want, including down. And so this is something that could make for some really good strategy. As a player, I definitely use this one a lot. I have a character that I've made as a player named Chewy that is a kobold. And so what I do with him is that he's more of a grappler. And so I have him grab creatures and then like shove them onto the ground to give everyone else advantage by it being prone. And so this is a good strategy that can be used, especially if you have a lot of melee fighters. However, just remember that if you have a creature that is prone, that range attacks have disadvantage on prone targets. And so that's one thing that I think people maybe don't know or forget, is that prone does make it so that way ranged attackers such as Firebolt, with bows and such, they would have disadvantage on their attacks. And so shove to the ground is a good option to give a lot of melee combatants. So there you go. Tumble. So so tumble is an alternative to overrun. So overrun is a strength based check, whereas tumble is a dexterity one. So overrun, you are literally forcing yourself through someone, whereas tumble, you are like jumping and hopping around. Overrun and tumble are basically the same thing. It's just the difference if you're going to be using acrobatics or athletics. So really they're one and the same. So if you want to limit your game to only having one versus the other, that is possible. Overall, I would probably just put both of these. If I'm going to add one, I probably would add the other one as well. So, I don't really see a reason to limit having one or the other. So I probably would just add both in my games. Okay. Epic boons. I have never really used an epic boon. Well, I guess I have actually, but in a different way. So epic boons, what they are is essentially a big boost to a character for having completed some sort of feat. Typically, this is given at higher than 20th level. I like the song. Typically, this is given at higher than 20th level. So, but you don't have to be 20th level or higher in order to give a boon. So basically, in my games, whenever characters complete a major storyline, at the very end of that storyline, I give them a boost. For example, in the past, I have given players like a +1 to all of their saves, just because they finished a major storyline. I have given people more spell slots. I have given people more proficiencies, expertise. I have given druids the capability to also transform into elementals and dragons. Oh, we're using this in our level 20 game. Yes, yes. There's a lot of epic boons that are possible. One here. Let me pull this one. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. So, I like to play games up to level 30, and there is a core rulebook called Epic Legacy. I definitely recommend it. Epic Legacy has a ton of really good examples of epic boons that you can give. And I use this a lot whenever I am giving an epic boon to characters as a reward. So let me give you an example of what there is. So how this book works is that it has levels 21 through 30 for all of the normal classes of D&D 5e. And every single one of those classes has its own name and different sort of feats that can be given, that can be chosen at those levels. And so I'm going to look up the Paladin in here and give you a good example, which the prestige classes in here are named something entirely different. So I'm gonna have to figure out which one of these is the Paladin. Probably the Crusader. Let me go to page 46. Let's see. Oh, yep, there we go. So the Crusader is an epic Paladin, and it has a lot of higher level spells, including 10th level spells in here. And what I can do is give things like epic feats and zealous magic. So if I'm gonna be looking at things that are, okay, here we go. So here are some examples of things that could be given as epic boons from this book. So as part of this action, when you cast a Paladin spell, you can also use Cleansing Touch along with that spell. And so what Cleansing Touch does, is, what does it do? So what Cleansing Touch does is that it allows you to heal in addition to casting a spell. So that's cool. So that's like a good little boon that can be added. Let's see. Whenever you or an ally within 30 feet of you succeeds on a saving throw, or against a non-epic spell or magical effect, you instead suffer no effect and gain a little bit of healing. So yeah, there's a lot of really good examples of things that just like small things that can be given. Like I'm just gonna scroll to the back and just look at what the Archmage gives. So like the Archmage, which is the wizard, for them, they have the possibility to cast 2 spells at the same time, concentrate on 2 spells at the same time as well. They can also cast level 10 magics, depending on what it is that their school of choice is. So like the School of Transmutation has the possibility to have a Philosopher's Stone, Philosopher's Stone that no longer requires them to have material components to cast spells. Jesus, that's really good. That means that anything that has like a cost for like a material component, you can just ignore it. It also has things like being able to instantaneously make a spell permanent by destroying the stone along with casting the spell. That is a really good boon. So anyway, point I'm getting at is if you are a dungeon master that wants to have a ton of options for epic boons, I definitely would suggest Epic Legacy. If you're gonna run an epic campaign above level 20, really good book. Really good book. I have made several high level BBEGs using this, especially with the Archmages. And so it's a really great supplement that I would recommend. So alternatives to epic boons, there you go. There also is a page in the DMG on 230 that gives a bunch of options of what you could do. So if you're looking for a really good quest reward and you want to reward your players with something mechanical, then consider some of these options, because they are very strong. They're very nice to have. And so things here, I'm just going to read off some of the options. So this is on page 232 of the Dungeon Master Guide. The boon of combat prowess. When you miss with a melee attack, you can choose to hit instead. So you never miss. Once you use this boon, you can't use it again until you finish a short rest. That's a nice one. Boon of Recovery, you can use a bonus action to regain a number of hit points equal to half your HP maximum. Once you use this boon, you can't use it until a long rest. Cool. Boon of Skill Proficiency, you gain proficiency in all skills. Wow, that's a good one. There's a boon that increases your maximum HP by 40. You can gain a 9th level spell slot. You can become immortal. Wow, okay, there's a lot of really good stuff in here. Definitely worth looking into. So I play as an Aberrant Mind Sorceress. Her name is Rowan, and she's level 15 now. This is how she looks now. I'll definitely look into that. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad that this is helpful to some degree. All right, so then next is cleaving the higher level campaigns. And this is specifically something that will make melee characters a lot more powerful. A common complaint, or a common critique that I've heard about the spellcasters versus the melee is that spellcasters are infinitely much more powerful than our melee characters. Melee characters have to go up in melee range and hit, but one way to kind of like counterbalance so that way the melee characters have just as much power as the spellcasters is to use cleaving through creatures. And so what it does is that whenever the HP of a creature goes down to 0, any damage that is left over can be used to hit another creature within range instead. So let's say that I am a barbarian, right? And so I am and I'm gonna go fight a bunch of goblins. I mean, I'm probably like level 12 at this point, which means that I'm probably gonna be hitting very, 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 very heavily with one strike, like probably enough to kill 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 goblins in one hit, depending on how high you roll. So instead of only killing 1 goblin with 1 hit, I can instead kill 2, 3, 4 goblins with 1 hit instead, and it significantly increases the power scaling of our melee characters. And then, similarly enough, if you have, hey Hellspawn, hope you're doing really well. Similarly enough, I mean, compare this to like a wizard that has fireball. They can throw a fireball, they can kill a huge group of goblins in one go. Well, now you have the melee attacker that also has the same capability, as long as there are other goblins within reach. Now, one way that I would definitely amplify this, now the one limitation here is that it says is that there has to be another creature within reach. Fuck that. I mean, as long as they have movement, just have them move up, have them keep moving up and using that extra damage to hit anything that they have, so long as they still have movement, which for a barbarian, they're going to have an increased walking speed. I mean, if you have a monk, they're also going to have an increased walking speed. So now they're like basically like one punching through several rows of goblins. Instead of just being stuck in one spot, you can have them continue to move and carry that damage forward to other creatures. Because I mean, the more we can help our melee combatants, the better. Because I mean, at some point, I've been in that position, like where I played a fighter and I see that my fellow wizard with 9th level spells is just annihilating a whole field with meteor, and I'm just like hit. It is underwhelming in comparison. So definitely, the more that you can help your melee people, the better. So this is a great way to do that. I would start introducing this starting around level 10 or 11, because that's the level that we start to have the power scaling of casters significantly increase, and so I would bring this in around that time. I love cleaving through creatures. I definitely am a big supporter for it, and definitely having less restrictions on it being something within reach to use. So there you go. Crafting a magic item. Crafting magic items. So I will be very forward and honest in saying I don't like the magic item creation rules for D&D. I think that there are better rules out there. If I was to use this, I wouldn't. I would probably, well, and it's hard for me to give advice on how to use D&D 5e when I don't use D&D 5e character creation. What I would replace this with instead is to look at Pathfinder First Edition or D&D 3.5 for magic creation. Only because it is so specific on how to do it, and that process makes it a lot easier on how you can make an item. Unfortunately, in 5e, a lot of the items they have a cost, but they're not specific. I mean, like a rare magic item can be anywhere between like this cost and this cost. But then when you go and look at the items, it doesn't tell you exactly how much it costs, which means that a lot of the work on how much a magic item will cost is put on the dungeon master, unfortunately. There are things out there such as I forget what it's called, but I think if I look like D&D 5e better prices for items. Let's see, D&D 5e better prices items, stain magical items. There we go. It's this. So there is a list out there called Sane Magical Prices. This is one supplement that exists for looking at specific prices for specific items. Fair warning, this list is very outdated. There are a lot more items that are added. There are also items that they never put a price on. So there is a better list out there that compares the prices across multiple editions. Here, I will put this into the to the Twitch chat, so that way you can get the link to it instantly. There you go. But there is another resource. Let's see, it's called D&D 5e all item prices compared to each other. I remember finding it at one point, and I believe it was a spreadsheet of some sorts. I think this might be it. Yes. Okay. So here, let me share it to you guys. So this is a spreadsheet that I have used that compares every single item across multiple different editions. So you can't see the bottom because I have it clipped. Sorry. But at the bottom, there's pages for the Dungeon Master's Guide, Xanathara's Guide to Everything, Talja's Cauldron to Everything. There are homebrew, rarity backgrounds. There's also erratas in here. So this is another resource that you could use if you want to compare how things look across multiple different things. Because the Xanathara's Guide to Everything, I believe, made things a lot more expensive or a lot more fair, maybe? No, it does not. Okay. Talja's Cauldron of Everything gives some alternatives for costs. So this is a resource that you can use if you want to put some prices on your items, but I would not use either of these. What I would use instead is Pathfinder 1E magic item creations. And I'll show you why. So if I go to the D20 PFSRD, there is a ton of rules in here that are very specific on how to craft magical items. And so there are tables that show things that are various different levels, such as minor, medium, and major magic items. It does require having to look into learn how Pathfinder First Edition works. But every single time that I've ever had players interested in magic item creation, I have used Pathfinder First Edition's way of making magic items, and it is so much better than trying to make up my own system, because it's a system that exists. It's been tried. There are different slots that you can create items for, and it also gives players a lot of flexibility and versatility in what they want to craft. So let's say that my player wanted to craft like a shoulder piece that gives them resistance to fire. So, you know, D&D 5e does not have any guidelines on how to do that, and also doesn't give me any guidelines on what rarity it would be, how much it would cost, how long it would take to make, but Pathfinder First Edition does. And so I would use Pathfinder First Edition's rules for magic item creation if you are going to be crafting items for magic. Pathfinder Second Edition also has those rules as well, but Pathfinder First Edition gives you a lot more variety and a lot more guidelines on how to do that. Also, like any other rules, you can toss the rules that don't really apply, that you don't want to use. You can make it as simple as you want. Otherwise, if you are going to use the D&D 5th edition rules, just know that it's not very friendly for games. And so I will show you why. Let me go to the page 128. So in order to craft a magic item, there are different rarities, of course, in the game. There's common, uncommon, rare, very rare, and legendary. The creation cost for a common magical item is 100 gold. For an uncommon, it's 500. The minimum level that you need to craft an uncommon magical item is 3rd. And what you do is that you have your character work 8 hours every day in order to craft this thing. Now, the problem is that our characters often are adventuring, which means that the only time that your character is going to have of work in one day in order to make an increment in this is during downtime. So already that it's going to exclude your characters from being able to craft magic items the majority of the game, which is not good. And so it's not really a conceivable way to do it. And also it would take 20 days in order to make one uncommon magic item, 200 to make a rare, 2,000 to make a very rare, 20,000 days to make a legendary item. That is just this is not doable with 5e, so I wouldn't use it. I definitely am not a fan. I would just use Pathfinder system instead. So I would say don't use this. Creating and modifying game elements, 273 to 289. Okay, so let's see what this one is talking about. It says, I only include this entry for the sake of completeness. The DMG sets aside several pages for advice and guidelines on how to create new creatures, magic items, class options, races, and backgrounds. It's basically rules on how to make homebrew stuff, right? So let me just make sure by going to check what it's talking about. 273. Yep, I mean, it's basically what it says. This is just giving some options on how to make your own monsters. There is a whole page for, well, I'll show you my broken book. There is a whole page for how to make your own monster that I've used. Now, if you are a person that likes using quick tools, you also can use ChatGPT. People are very touchy about AI, but it is a good tool to kind of check to make sure that your work is mathematically correct. Because there is a lot of math that goes into making a monster stat block. So if you make your monster stat block, you can copy and paste it over to ChatGPT just to check that you have the right challenge rating for it. But also, more than anything, playtesting. If you're going to make anything homebrew, playtest it. Run a fight against a monster with a party of 4 that you make yourself. You also can get advice from or get feedback from your players or other dungeon masters as well. And so there's a lot of ways that you can test and even go forward with your homebrew items, including backgrounds and races. There's a ton of ways you could do it. There's a ton of things you can make, but the book does give some recommendations on how to do that. I would definitely look at it. At least make, if you're going to be making monsters, definitely use the DMG at least once for making a monster by hand. It will definitely help you in the future overall in making monsters in general. And there's also a large list of monster features starting on page 280. It starts to list a lot of different options that you can give your monsters. And so you have things like aggressive, which is a trait from orc, ambusher, amorphous, amphibious, angelic weapons. I mean, these are probably a bit outdated because this is the DMG back from 2014. So I'm not sure if a new DMG has came out since then. Hello, do you do homebrew reviews? I definitely have been wanting to do homebrew reviews. In fact, this is a good segue. On my Discord server, I am going to be later today, I'm going to be adding a couple of different categories. Now that the GM Academy has got to the point that I'm talking about these kind of things, I can finally start opening submissions for it. So starting next week, I'm going to be doing some homebrew reviews. And so if you want to join the Discord, I will put it here. There we go. So starting next week, I'm going to be doing some homebrew reviews where I'm going to be reviewing people's submissions for whatever it is that they make. So in the beginning of the stream or in the mid, I haven't decided if it's beginning, mid, or end, probably around beginning or mid, I'm going to be doing some reviews of some of the content that you guys are going to give me so that I can give you some good feedback on it. And so, but now that I finally got to the point where I'm talking about this stuff, I can do it now. So that's something I'm going to be doing next stream. Just as well, because of the last stream, I'm also going to be doing answering questions for things that people send me in regards to like problems at their game. So like last week, there was an entire lesson focused around like social stuff, like social problems that happen to the table, or how to navigate around certain social issues. And so today, at the end of the stream, I'm going to be looking at some of the things on Reddit for problems that people have and kind of replying to that. But also, I'm going to have a spot in my Discord that I'll put later today where people can submit their questions to me for like, how do I deal with this problem, or how do I deal with this issue? And so it's going to be possible for you guys to ask me those things ahead of time, so I have something to look at. So yeah, but join the Discord. Also, good to see that you joined Art by Wishing. But I will be opening those channels later today. So just it'll be, since we're gonna have a very late stream, it's probably going to be around like 6-7 in the evening. Whenever, just try not to overwork yourself. Oh, thank you so much. And also thank you for the follow, Hisbor. So you guys can definitely throw your homebrew content at me, and I will definitely rate it, and I will give you some good feedback, some good professional feedback as well. And I'll have like a whole form set up on how you can submit your things to me. So there you go. Okay, so where was I going with this? Right, so there's a bunch of monster features in the book. Definitely worth looking at the BMG for that. There's also a section for how to craft NPCs from scratch. That's kind of nice. There's also things for monsters with classes, creating new spells, creating magic items. As much as I was saying, don't use the magic items from 5e. How to create a new subrace, how to modify a class. I mean, how to create a new background. So it's got some good advice that I would definitely look at first before trying to create something, so that way you have everything that you need. My stuff is a bit lengthy though. Would that be a problem? It's fine. It's fine if it's a bit lengthy. Whatever it might be. I'm gonna put a Discord form, so that a Google form, so that way you can submit your various things in a proper format, so I can look at it really well. But however long it is however long it's gonna be, and I'll read all of it. I have a winter sorcery subclass that's based on Fimbulwinter. Nice, I love that. I meant it's around 300 pages long right now. 300 pages might be a little bit long. You might have to like pick sections of it that you want me to look at. 300 pages might be a bit too long, but if you pick and choose things that you want me to look at, I could definitely do that. I'm not sure that I could do a whole 300-page review, but if you want to share your 300-page review, content, you're more than welcome to. Maybe others might like it, but I'll create channels in the Discord for you guys to be able to share those things more effectively with each other. So there you go. All right, well, let's see. Customizing ability scores. Ooh, okay. So this is one that I have used actually. For my Rapinatha game on Monday, I have a way. Well, actually, that's more for skills. This is talking about ability scores. Never mind. So, how can I put this? I've never detoured away from the 46 drop lowest one. No, wait, no, I have. I actually have. I have ran campaigns that were extremely high level back in my early days of DMing. I think it's sometime in the first 5 years that I created an epic campaign. And what I did for them is I told them to roll 5d6. That's it for every ability score. And the whole point of that campaign is that I told them to make the most broken build possible at lower levels. So that way, and they were going to go up against this, like a series of challenges, fighting various things. So of course I threw a Trask at them. That was the simplest thing I could do. They beat it up, no problem. And so if you want to have a campaign that's built either towards the more epic way of playing, then you might consider having higher ability scores, because it'll make them actually more stronger. Or if you want to have a very difficult campaign, then make it lower. So maybe make them roll 3d6, drop lowest one. So now they're only rolling with 2 dice. That's really underpowered, but you're basically scaling the fight more towards the monsters rather than towards the players. So that's one way you could do it. Nowadays, I don't really mess with the ability score stuff, only because I've learned that there's so many other ways that you can change the game without breaking a character. I will say that players, the one thing that is very, very, very important for a player is their character. And so anything that messes with that, you're playing with fire at that point. And so if I use this in my campaign, and this is a hard lesson for me to learn, because I have done it where it was weaker than normal and the players didn't like it. And so whenever players don't like it, that's something hard to deal with. So it's a lot easier to deal with variant rules that don't have to deal with the player's characters, rather than doing something like this and then having it fall apart, because that's not fun for you. It's not fun for them either. So I would use this with caution, and I would use it with probably with players that have a little bit more experience, and also with a lot of talking ahead of time of knowing what the expectation is. I would be very careful to add players into my game if I had used this variant rule, that are very like, well, I don't know if I want to try it, because those people might more often than not might end up not liking it. And so you just want to be very certain that if you're going to add anyone into a game that's going to use this variant rule, that they know what they're getting into, and that they're not touchy or like maybe-ish about it, because that's going to more likely than not end up with them leaving, and that's not going to be very fun. So I have a 35.5 for the Brandon. Nice, I like that. Hi, Solid. Hope you're having a good one. Also nice. It's 35.5. That's really cool. So you have characters that are a little bit stronger than normal. I like that. Hope you're having a good one, Solid. Hope your day is going great. Encumbrance. So encumbrance is one that people don't really use. I use it in my games only because I play on Foundry, and Foundry makes it very simple and easy to manage it. If you're playing in person, I definitely would not use this, because it's just a lot of having to keep track of weight and having to keep track of penalties, and it's just a lot of paperwork for very little gain. If you are playing on a virtual tabletop, such as Foundry, then I would use encumbrance, and maybe even variant encumbrance. So this is a good way in order to put some soft, I say soft, if you're using the normal encumbrance rule, it's a good way for you to put a little bit of a limit to what it is that the players are capable of doing. So that way, you know, it's not like Minecraft where you have like 10 Eiffel Towers in your back pocket and you're just walking around like normal. You know, but it's also not a problem at all if that's what you were okay with in your games. It is all a matter of what it is the feel that you're going for your game. So if you're wanting a game that is a little bit more kind of like strategy based and more survivalish, I'd probably use this for sure. If you are out in the wilds and you're trying to run a campaign that is dependent on them having a limitation, a resource limitation of how much they can carry, and having to make decisions between A or B, or even a horror game. You can also do this for like horror themed games. I would use encumbrance. Now, there also is variant encumbrance as well, which I will, doesn't state it in here specifically, but let me pull up the player handbook. Where do I have it? It's on my other desk. Hold on just a second. There we go. So I've had these books since 2014, so you can see they're all beat up. The spines and everything is all falling apart. So let me just pull up the variant encumbrance one. So I think it's underneath equipment. That's equipment sizes 176 of the player handbook. It says right there on the page. So with encumbrance, okay, so like the normal rules for encumbrance is that your character is capable of carrying a capacity of 15 times your strength score. There's also differences between pushing, dragging, and lifting, but basically what it means is that your character is not capable of lifting more than that. And it's kind of like that funny thing in Skyrim, whenever you try to lift even a pound more, you carry that extra cheese wheel, now you can no longer move. You're just kind of stuck in place. So that is what this is. Now, variant encumbrance is a bit different. What it does is that there are now certain markers where if you get to X amount of weight, you're going to be encumbered. And if you get to X amount of weight, then you're going to be heavily encumbered. And so what I mean is with variant encumbrance, if you are carrying 5 times your strength score as opposed to 15, so the normal rule is 15, but if you're carrying 5 times your strength score, your speed is going to decrease by 10 feet. And if you're carrying 10 times your strength score up to the maximum amount, so 10 to 15, your speed decreases by 20, and you have disadvantage on ability checks, attack rolls, and saving throws that use strength, dexterity, or constitution. So I wouldn't really use this for a normal campaign, but I would use this for a campaign that is either very survival dependent or horror themed as well. And so, for example, I have a game that I am going to be releasing, that I'm writing and publishing for the winter time, called Winter Dominion, and it is a psychological horror themed game. And so one of the things that I am using is variant encumbrance for that game, because there are going to be items that are necessary for them to have to grab and maneuver, while also having to maneuver in the hellscapes of the underground, and having to contend with monsters coming after them. So that's going to be a lot of fun. In that case, I'm having them like intentionally pick up an item that's going to be heavier than what they can have, to give them a slower walking speed, to then also on top of that try to run away from a monster that's just slightly faster than them. So that's going to be fun. So in that case, I would use variant encumbrance, and it's all dependent, like I said before, on using these variant rules to get a specific feel for your game. Otherwise, I would just, not even worry about it. Like 9 times out of 10 in most games that I run, I don't even think about encumbrance. Even though, Foundry does use it, I really don't look at it. I'll look at character sheets and they'll be like way over encumbered. I'm just like, whatever. Players are having fun. It's not supposed to be that kind of game, so I just don't use it. But yeah, encumbrance. Use it if you want survival or horror. It's really good rule. Equipment sizes. So if you have a game that has a lot of monsters that are really, really big, such as giants, then you can use equipment sizes. This is a lot of people already kind of use this without knowing that they're using it. But basically, if I have a giant that has a giant-sized sword, it just makes sense that it's going to be too big for my medium-sized character to use it. However, you can ignore that and just make it all the same, equipable. And that's what equipment sizes kind of does. And so what it does is it kind of imposes more of a realistic way of having equipment, such as armor and weapons. So that way, things are a bit more realistic. So you can, with this rule, increase the amount of damage that a weapon can do. And so what I've done in my games is, in addition to what is written here, I have scaled the damage of weapons to be higher if they manage to use it. So a good example is that a one-handed short sword that a giant was using would end up being a great sword for a medium-sized creature. But not only was it held by 2 hands, but it did a little bit more damage than a normal greatsword. And so I guess one good example of a video game that you can kind of reference is Dark Souls. I think it's the 2nd or 3rd game. You can pick up a dragon tooth. You could hit people with it. Something to that degree is kind of what I'm kind of referencing for equipment size. And for armor, it makes it harder for creatures to find armor that fits them. So if there is a bugbear that is 7'5" wearing full plate, yeah, you can get the full plate. Even though they're a medium-sized creature, you actually can't wear it because it's way too big for your character. So that is a more limiting way of introducing equipment sizes. I would probably use this rule in more of a kind of like roguelike, difficult, like dungeon-y campaign that's very gritty. Otherwise, I just wouldn't use anything for armor. For weapons, if you're trying to go for maybe a bit more of an epic campaign where you're trying to reward players for killing that really tall boss and using its sword, then that's a good way to give them a nice reward. Otherwise, I probably could ignore this. Probably. A lot of people naturally use this to prevent players from gaining a really, really strong item, weapon, or armor from a boss that's bigger than them. But other than that, I would probably just use it more so for the reward side of having a larger weapon, which is cool. Fear and horror. DMG page 266. Okay, let's go to that page. I believe, if memory serves correctly, this is a rule that is about the eldritch horror, such as like campaigns that have to do with Cthulhu or whatnot. Let me look. 266. All right, fear and horror. The rules for fear and horror can help you sustain an atmosphere of dread in a dark fantasy campaign. Ooh, okay. So when adventurers confront threats that have no hope of overcoming, you can call for them to make a wisdom saving throw. Set the DC according to the circumstances. A character who fails to save becomes frightened for 1 minute. The character can repeat. Oh, I've done that. I've used that rule before, like sparingly. So an example is Rapinathic, my Monday game. Ambrose is one of the characters in that game, and they have a fear of frogs. And we were in a dungeon that was themed around frogs, and there was a frog statue. And everyone that kind of like came around the corner, including Ambrose, that saw the frog statue had to make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened and run away out of the cave. But Ambrose had disadvantage because they had a fear of frogs, which them. So I have used this in order to kind of instill a mechanical way of showing or kind of like hinting to the players that, hey, you're not supposed to be here. You're only level 2, and this is a level 6 dungeon. I think that's literally what it was. I think we're like level 2 or 3, and they were just way under level for here. So I was trying to shove them out of the dungeon by showing them just a normal statue to tell them like, hey, leave. You shouldn't be here. Go away. You're gonna die. And they kept going anyways. They ended up living. So it was fun. So that's the time that I've used that. I've also used that for foreshadowing as well. So I had a shadow dragon in one of my campaigns. I can't remember when. I had them incidentally encounter it out in the wild, and I had them make a fear check. Now dragons naturally already have some fear to this, but this was a bit different. They kind of saw it more out from the distance as opposed to it being like a natural aura. And so whenever they made their wisdom saves, they couldn't get closer to the dragon, and some of them had to run away as well. So that's one way of kind of like foreshadowing the strength of a character, or non-player character, or a monster. So that way your characters get the hint of like, ooh, this is strong. I'm not supposed to be here, or like that is something that is going to be very hard to beat. Or even like showcasing the BBEG a little bit. I also would use fear as a way of protecting your BBEG. If you are going to be introducing the big bad evil guy of your game early, it comes with a lot of risk, because there is the possibility that they could kill your BBEG way before you intended to. And that has happened to me, and I've seen it happen to other people as well, where they introduce their final boss and now it's dead. And so now the rest of the campaign is like, ooh, I shouldn't have done that. Like I shouldn't have let them kill my BBEG. So adding a fear mechanic with a really high wisdom save DC, maybe like ridiculously high, like DC 23, where maybe the only way they could possibly save is by critting, it gives you a little bit of insurance that your BBEG is not going to get killed upon first. So, there's some advice there. Since I'm doing Icewind Dale, Clouth, the oldest red dragon in 5e, is there. Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. I really like that. All right, well, horror. Horror involves more than simple fright. It entails revulsion and anguish. Often, it arises when adventurers see something completely contrary to the common understanding of what can and should occur in the world, or upon the realization of a dreadful truth. In such a situation, you can call on characters to make a charisma saving throw to resist the horror. Set the DC based on the magnitude. Okay, I see. So this is, it kind of runs along the same lines as fear. I have used this in an alternate way. So aboleths, if you're not sure what an aboleth is, it's this giant aberration. They have existed since before since before anything else used to be there, and they have this sense of ownership that the universe is theirs and that everything that exists is theirs. And there are different levels of aboleths, and they're psionics, and they have this understanding of the universe and the way that it works that normal mortals are not able to comprehend. And so in one of my games, I had a potion that gave a character the ability to comprehend the universe in the same way as an aboleth. And so I had them drink it, and they had to make a intelligence save, otherwise they would be riddled with madness and their character would basically die from having their brain scrambled. The character ended up dying because of that. They knew all the consequences of what could happen, but it was more along the same sense as horror in the sense that they understand something so profound that they lose their minds or just become scared of it. So fear and horror, I mean, they can be used in that way to kind of instill a mechanical way of instilling horror in your characters or in the players. But I would use it sparingly. If you overuse this, it's just gonna make the effects of the horror and the fear lessen with every time you use it. So use them very, very few and far in between, and with intentional use, because otherwise it's just overdone and lessen the effect of what it means. Yeah, that's everything I got for that. So feats, it's funny to think that feats are optional. You could very well have no feats at all in your game and just only give them ability score improvements. But yeah, feats are entirely optional, come to think of it. But a lot of people do use it. A lot of people use feats in their games. It's a normal way of playing the game that's accepted. But if you are wanting to have a little bit more restriction and having a little bit more of a game where the game is balanced against the players, then I would take out feats altogether, and I would use it for that. But kind of like I said before, anything that gets in the way of players with their characters, which is their thing, when you mess with that, you start to get into the realm of players not liking the game anymore. So use this in addition to the other rule, which is customizing ability scores with a lot of caution. It is a double-edged sword that could ruin your game, so just be very careful about it if you do get rid of feats in your games. And definitely have it be a discussion and be universally accepted, or know that players are accepting of that there's just not going to be feats in it before adding someone. So that way your games run flawlessly, and and no one is upset about it. Definitely don't make it a surprise. So next one, firearms, explosive, and alien technology. My players get one free feat at creation. Oh, that's also the alternative. Sorry, thank you so much for bringing that up. You also can give extra feats and now that I'm thinking about it a bit more, thank you so much for bringing that up, Art. I did not think about it till you said it. You also can use feats to empower your melee characters. Like I was saying earlier, melee characters, unfortunately, martial characters are on the weaker side of the power scale, starting at level 11 especially. So starting at level 11, if you want to make your martial characters more on par with casters, you can give additional feats as well. You also can give additional feats whenever you want. If you feel like, martial characters should get more at lower levels, that's something you can do. Something that also can be done with feats is that you can have free feats being given from a specific list. So if you wanted casters to get a free feat at certain levels, you can limit the choices of what feats they can choose from. So that way you don't have an overpowered character that overshadows everyone else. You do get a little bit of control on what it is that players can get, so that's not to ruin your game. So, that's something you could do. But thank you so much for that, Art, for bringing that up. I completely have forgotten about that other side, that you can also give extra, in addition to also limiting what people can get. So that is a good input. Thank you so much for that, Art by Wishing. All right. Firearms, explosives, and alien technology. So I will also pull this book out of the back. Where is it? Okay, I'm just gonna pull the whole thing. Spelljammer. So Spelljammer is a series where you're also gonna see this as well. I think I'm just gonna need the Astral Adventures Guide. I pulled the whole thing. So the Astral Adventures Guide, in addition to the DMG, is going to be your official 5e rules for firearms and explosives. I will explain the Spelljammer ones here in a bit, but let's look at the DMG side first. 267. So now let's see. If, by the way, I'm like stacking all of this on my desk, and I have all of this to go through today already. This is already a huge stack of books. I'll talk about them as we go, but I just see the stack getting bigger and bigger on my desk. It's so funny. All right, firearms. So I've had many conversations about guns in campaigns with many people. Guns, are a very touchy subject actually for a lot of settings. There are those that want more like fantasy based weaponry, such as like artificer, magical infused. There are those that are okay with like the muskets and the pistols, like seafaring. And then whenever we get into more sci-fi themed campaigns, like Spelljammer, for example, the alien technology and the weaponry just gets a little bit more controversial. And I'll explain why with specifically sci-fi that tends to be the case. Because I ran a couple of Spelljammer campaigns and I learned so much about the sci-fi side of TTRPGs than I really thought there was before. There's a whole lot to it, but starting with just fantasy here. Now there are levels to the level of technology that you can add to your world for firearms, explosives, and alien technology. I mean, you have stuff from like, I mean, if you look on page 268 of the Dungeon Master's Guide, it talks about the different eras of weaponry, such as the Renaissance era, the modern items, and futuristic items. There's also different levels for explosives, such as, for example, I'm just going to read it off of here. So for the Renaissance era, there's the pistol and the musket, and it also gives damage types and properties for them, of course. For the modern era, it talks about revolvers, hunting rifles, shotguns, automatic pistols, and those tend to have a little bit more damage with a little bit more range. And so the problem that comes often from, and the critique that I've heard about firearms, is two things. One, they're too powerful. Two, they're not, and two, that they're not fitting in the setting. And also three, that there are no suggestions given here on how to craft them. And so it makes it a bit hard because we have an artificer now in D&D 5e, and so for those, they have tinker's tools and they have the capability to craft stuff, but there's very little to no guidance on how exactly to craft these things. So you're kind of like left with a huge question mark of like, I don't know, like if that's possible or how you would do that, you know. And this is something that I come upon a problem with my Indigo Isles games, which, by the way, if you're watching this, I am running Indigo Isles professionally. I'm going to be running several groups of them so along the week. So if you are interested in a really good, well-made seafaring campaign, it's called The World of Indigo Isles, which is a setting by World of the Battle Zoo. And I really love it a lot. It's got a bunch of like these animal characters, and it just really exemplifies my personality a lot. It's very silly, it's very quirky. There's all these different creatures such as axolotls and rams and coral people and bunnies and pig people and birds, and it's very slice of life and very touching. Very little sailing. A lot of the adventures are based on the islands themselves, and I definitely added a whole homebrew story to go along with it. I really love it. So if you want to play D&D with me on the professional side, reach out. I'll put my Discord again just so that if you guys are interested in playing something like that, reach out to me. We almost got we do have a full table starting on Friday at 8 a.m. and I'm still looking to have more groups. So my times are very flexible. So that's my self insert for the Indigo Isles. But the whole point that I was trying to get at with it is that it is possible for, I had a situation come up where the players wanted to upgrade their ship. And whenever looking for rules on how to do that, there are no real guidelines in D&D 5e. And so that's when I started looking at the Pathfinder side again. Pathfinder rules for item creation are really, really good. But in addition to that, you know, they also wanted to build their boat. And so there is this other supplement that I would recommend for anyone wanting to build anything that has to do with a stronghold, a base, building up their boat. And that is D&D 3.5 Stronghold Builder's Guidebook, is what it looks like. It has a lot of rules on how you can create different elements of your stronghold, how you can make different rooms, how much they cost, number of days that it would take to build something, the type of resources that you would get, what benefits it would give. It's an extremely great resource that I would recommend to anyone wanting to have any sort of like base building in their game. However, there is a bit of a downside. It's made for 3.5 and not 5e, which means that it does require that you have a little bit of transposition experience, or like having the capability of how to transfer rules from an older edition to a modern edition. And so definitely take it with a grain of salt that this is not to use it exactly as is. You will have to modify some parts of this in order to fit your games. And so use it as a very good resource in order to make stuff for base building, but don't use it as one-to-one because it won't really work 5e if you do it that way. But what I'm trying to get at with firearms and explosives, alien technology, is that there is a lot of question marks that come around regarding how to make these things. And also there is a lot of controversy regarding like, ooh, like, should I really add this into the game? I mean, even just dropping in a Spelljammer in a normal D&D game, such as like with our mini marathon yesterday, it almost like takes the players out of the setting, and it tends to ruin the immersion just a little bit. So use it with a lot of caution. And I'm gonna now talk about the sci-fi side of this, in that with Spelljammer, let me pull out my Spelljammer book. Where did I put it? Oh no, did I lose it? No, it's over here. I have so many books on my desk now. I have to now I'm starting to lose where there are. Here we go. So with Spelljammer, there are a lot of rules in here regarding the Spelljammers themselves and how they work. And so if I go to page, this is for 5e, if I go to page 26, so that's where it starts to talk about stuff like bombardiers. Okay, further along. So here we go, I'll show the page. So this is a bombard. So that is what the ship looks like, and it has different rules and different schematics for what the ships are and what they appear like. And it also gives things in here such as what the armor class of the ship is, the hit points, how many crew members you can have, ballistae, and different weapons, and also how many people it takes to operate each weapon. There's different ships. Here's a damsel ship. It's really cool. Or damselfly. Here's the flying fish. All right, so I'm showing this to you as an example of like what is available to you already in 5e without having to look at other places. So here's a hammerhead ship. There is a lamprey ship, right? So these are things that are already available to you in your hands right now for 5e without having to transpose anything. And I say that because I'm going to show you what is available other than 5e. Now, the thing about sci-fi and things that are like space adventures is that in the sci-fi space of TTRPGs, there is a lot of there are a lot of different ideas on how to run a sci-fi campaign, and there's also alternate settings as well, alternate books as well, such as Stars Without Numbers. There's Star Wars. There's multiple different Star Wars rules. I don't remember what else there is. There's a lot. There's many other sci-fi different books that can be used for rules. And the problem is that in the sci-fi realm of TTRPGs, there is a lot of disagreement and a lot of discussion, a lot of arguing over what to use, and a lot of disagreement. And there's very heated conversation regarding sci-fi and technology and what games should be used, and a lot of preferences. And this unfortunately makes it so that way there's not a single sci-fi or space themed set of rules or adventures that people tend to mostly gather around. In fact, because of how much discourse there is, it actually really sets a lot of divisions across the sci-fi space. And I didn't know going into this, because when I ran Astral Adventures, when I first started streaming like 2 years ago, my first stream here on Twitch was an Astral Adventures. I was running Light of Xerxes, actually, and I really loved it. I love Spelljammer a lot. I like that romanticist feel of sailing through space. But whenever I started looking into the sci-fi realm of TTRPGs, it's like I walked into a room, like a battlefield between many different people, and that's when I learned, like, wow, like there is a lot of lines that are drawn very heavily in the sand. And so if you're going to be streaming something like a Spelljammer adventure, just know that that it might be a little unpopular, and that's okay. because the people that are going to be looking for Spelljammer, that love Spelljammer, are going to love you for it. But just know that there is a lot of contention when it comes around sci-fi, unfortunately, and equally so whenever it comes to things such as like alien technology. And there's not a lot of guidance or rules out there. And so if you're going out there looking for a bit of guidance, you might have to look through a bit of the fire and flame in order to get the stuff that you want. But definitely looking at other alternative sci-fi, science fiction rule sets is where I would start to look for better versions of this rather than looking at 5e, only because 5e doesn't have a good set of guidelines. And so that's what I had to do. And so what I had to come up to is I was really well, how can I say this? I was a bit disappointed with the Spelljammer 5e, only because I know what is available out there for Spelljammer in general. And so if you're trying to start a Spelljammer campaign, I would look at D&D 2nd edition. So this is 2e. 2e, it's a much thicker book. Hold on, I will show you the difference in thickness here. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it way down here. See, I have all these books on my desk and I'm starting to lose stuff. So this is the guidebook for 5e. Compare that to the guidebook for 2e. You can see how much they cut. And so people that knew what Spelljammer used to be hated 5e, and I think I'm one of those people. I wouldn't say hated, but I was definitely disappointed with how much they cut out, because there is so much out there. Spelljammer is an entire setting. And so if you're gonna look at firearms, explosives, and alien technology, regardless if you're doing it for Spelljammer or not, I would definitely look at D&D 2nd edition's Spelljammer rules as a way to get some ideas for what you can add to your game, because there is a lot in here. I mean, I read this book front to back and I was like, ooh, like there is so much in here that you can add into your game. If you are playing a Spelljammer game, you get all the rules and how exactly it is Spelljammers work, what happens whenever you are trying to fight in Spelljammer, the different sort of races that are in the space, there are different sort of what's it called, histories and lore for many different things that are out there. And I was like, oh, this is so awesome. And then you look at 5e and it's like, you know, I can see why they cut a lot of this out. There is a lot of inherent racism in the older editions of 2e. For example, Coraline, which is a god of the elves, I think it's in 5e modern day, organized the elves in order to commit mass genocide against orcs and goblins. And so genocide is not a thing that really ages well with 5e, so of course they cut it out. But all of those things were inherent in the older systems, and I'm not saying that you have to add that kind of stuff into your game, but I am giving an example of like things that were cut out. There is the Neogi, which are basically creatures that go around to other Spelljammers, and they not only take them over, but they take everyone as prisoners and make them slaves. Again, it's another thing that is very controversial in 5e or even modern day. So while yes, this is a great supplement to add to your game, just be careful that there's some things in here that are very touchy, because that's how D&D used to be back then, and that's not how D&D is now. So double-edged sword, great ideas for how to get different weapons and lore and stuff for your alien-based games. Also look at alternative sci-fi rules, but just be careful about the political controversial things that are in here. Okay, so I'll put that to the side. All right, where am I at with time? I've been talking a lot, so I've been talking for 90 minutes. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get myself a drink to get myself some water, and when I come back, I will continue on with the rest of these rules. Like I said, today is going to be a very long stream. I'm probably going to be streaming for 5 or 6 hours, maybe more. This is going to be probably one of the longest streams I'm going to do for this learning series, because I want to make sure to be very thorough in showing you the mass rabbit hole of things that are available to you. So I will be back in just a couple of minutes, maybe like 5 or so. I'll put it over in a break scene, enjoy the music, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello, everybody. All I did was literally just go get some orange juice. All right, so I've been talking for 90 minutes, so I just want to take a little bit of a break from reading the rules, just to kind of just talk a little bit, see if you guys had any questions about stuff. Also, to reintroduce myself again. So, if you are new to the channel, my name is Paladin. I'm a professional dungeon master. I've been DMing for 11 years, going on 12. I have been doing this professionally for 2.5 years. I have led with breaking a world record for longest session. Sorry. We played for 440.5 hours straight, December 2022. I am working to break that world record again next year. In fact, I just started a West Marches and mini marathon series for Rappanathic. So we are accepting players, and specifically players that know how to dungeon master for very specific reasons. For the marathon, the reason for that is if there is no dungeon master, the world record attempt fails, and so having players that know how to DM just secures that our world record attempt won't fall through, and we do it next year. For the West Marches, it's so that the dungeon masters have the capability to switch in and out and prevent burnout, especially as the West Marches grows bigger. If you want to be a part of either one of those, Rappanathic is a really great game that is easy to run. It's also expansive, and there is a lot of room that is for the players to put their own spin and their own story and their own insertion of what they would like to do with the game and the narrative. And so the Stream Elements just posted the Discord there, but I'll post it again anyway. So if you want to join for the West Marches or the mini marathons, by all means, please join the Discord server. Talk to me. There's an intake form I can send you so you can be a part of the game. It's very, very easy to join. I'm back. Sorry for hogging questions and being super chatty. No, you're good. Don't be sorry about being chatty. I love it when you guys say stuff. It, you know, as opposed to the silence. But no, I know it's okay. Art by Wishing, you are not being a bother at all. I promise. So where was I going with this? Other games that I stream, let's see, I stream Rappanathic on Mondays as well. That is my personal game of Rappanathic. I made it a lot more difficult than a normal game. And it's built with a lot of Python coding, which makes it so that the viewers, the chat, is the 7th player. You guys are able to do things like, if you ever played Cookie Clicker, it's basically a system similar to that. I coded it on Python, so that way you guys can. Oh, you know, talking about Python, I really probably should launch my bot here. Oops, I forgot to do that. So basically, it is possible for the viewers to buy things using viewer points, such as cows and milk factories, and those buildings produce passive milk over time. And the viewers can spend 1,000 of those milk bottles in order to cast milk magic, which affects the game, which does stuff such as cure wounds or inflict wounds, and it makes it so that way the viewers are able to help the party in whatever is going on in the game, which is really cool and also really necessary, because without it, the players are definitely going to die and fail. All right, here we go. I'm launching my bot now. There we go. Here's a random quote. I'm bottom. Okay. So I coded a whole system using Python in order to accentuate my games. So I definitely love it a lot. But other things that I'm doing, let's see. I'm getting very close to finishing my first adventure that I'm publishing. It's called Gob's Petulance. It is a game about parasites and trying to extinguish a problem that's occurring in a village with goblins. It also has a lot to do with lemons as well. So I'm going to be publishing that here in the next week. I'm currently doing all of the packaging with Boundary, and then I'm going to set it up on Roll20 as well, so it's going to be able to purchase from the marketplace. So really excited about that. Other than that, let's see, what else have I done? I have written a book called Paladin's Tome of Many Treasures. I think there's a link below the Twitch channel that takes you to an Amazon page. It's basically 6,000 items that can be used for any TTRPG campaign, and it's spread across 60 lists, and what it features is 60 locations that you can roll as random loot. So that way, if you are for example, in a dungeon and you want to give them a random reward, you can roll from the list and give it to them. And so that's cool. I published that earlier in the year around February, and I think that's it. And then I'm also going to be running several games of Indigo Isles coming up soon. I have almost 2 parties fully formed, so if you want to play a pirate campaign, you are very keen on silly and slice of life, then reach out. We can talk about it. It's definitely a professional game, and I know that people are very iffy about professional paid games, but I definitely do make a lot of time and energy to do cool things for people. So like I try to give discounts or lower prices. I'm very flexible on pricing. I also do things like give away minis to people of their characters. So like after the 10th session together, I know a person that can create a custom mini of their character and then send it to them. So stuff like that. I try to put as much energy and time and focus towards people that I DM for, because it does take a lot of energy. I swear I'll have more questions after this ad. LOL. Oh man, Art by Wishing. I totally get that. And by the way, I do this for a living, and if you are enjoying the stream and you're getting some benefit out of this, you consider using your Amazon Prime to sub for the channel so that we can get no ads. And also it helps me out just a little bit as well. Or if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe as well. Every little bit does help. I will say that dropping out of neuroscience to be a professional dungeon master is definitely a massive hit on the finance side, but as I'm now developing more games and creating more value for you guys, I definitely am starting to see a little bit of an increase in sustainability doing this kind of work. But anyway, if you like what I do and you like the content that's here, consider supporting. Do what you love, dude. You only live once, man. Yeah, I'm definitely doing what I love. And I definitely do like doing this kind of work. It doesn't pay much. I will say it's very hard to make money in the entrepreneur space. And so, that's all I ask, is that if you like the content that's here, consider supporting. If not, that's fine too. Whatever you want. But let me continue on with talking about the rules. So let's go look. Let me go back to sharing. Here we go. All right. Healer's Kit dependency. So let me go to the page in here, 266. All right, so I'll introduce myself in the Discord soon. It's just insane for my aberrant mind sorcerer. Yeah, absolutely. She's my PFP. Yeah, I believe you. I think that's fucking cool. So let's talk about healing. So there are several rules on that can affect healing in your games. I use some of these rules for my Rapid Athlete game on Monday, which is the more brutal game. But there are 3 main rules in the book: Healer's Kit dependency, healing surges, and slow natural healing. Now, Healer's Kit dependency, so this makes it so that way a character can't spend any hit die after finishing a short rest. No, a character can't spend any hit die after finishing a short rest unless someone expends a use of their Healer's Kit. So what this means is that you need a Healer's Kit to heal, and you can't heal during a short rest unless you have someone that has it. That's a really good variant rule if you're going to be playing anything that's kind of like modern warfare, like World War II or World War I, trench warfare especially. It is also a really good rule to make it for things like horror. Again, I think there's a game that came out recently called The Bunker, so which I would definitely use Healer's Kit dependency for a TTRPG version of The Bunker, which is you're inside of a bunker in a World War II setting, and there's monsters inside, and there's all of these resources that are very limited, and if you're not careful, you can end up not winning the game. You end up losing because you didn't manage correctly. So Healer's Kit dependency, kind of like anything else that is dependent on a resource, is good for horror, good for more gritty, lethal campaigns. So that is what that's for. Healing surges. So healing surges is more like a 4E style healing. Oh, yep, it even says it right here. Characters can spend hit die in the thick of combat as well as during short rests. So let me read it from the book directly. So healing surges. It allows characters to heal up in the thick of combat and works well for parties that feature few or no characters with healing magic, or for campaigns in which magical healing is rare. As an action, a character can use a healing surge and spend up to half of his or her hit dice. For each hit die spent in this way, the character rolls the die and adds the character's constitution modifier. So it allows them to heal during the middle of combat. I mean, I definitely wouldn't use this. I mean, it makes it more powerful for people to have healing. It might be good for a very heroic campaign. It also might be really good, again, like it says here, for a campaign with no magic. Because now you have a way to heal without having a healer. So that in that way, it might be good. But otherwise, I wouldn't really use this. I have never used this before. I probably don't see many cases in which I would, other than having a magicless world, which I do like magic in my world, so probably wouldn't ever use this myself. But hey, it's there. If you have a world with no magic or very little healing, you can use this. Slow natural healing is something that I definitely love. So essentially, you can only spend hit die at the end of a long rest. You don't get your full HP back, and you can't spend hit die at the end of a short rest. So basically, it just makes what you can do at a short rest to a long rest instead. And you can't get all of your HP back at the end of a long rest. So what that means is that it could take several days in order to fully heal your character, depending on how resources are being managed. Now, this is also a really good way in order to put a lot more emphasis and a lot of power to healers like clerics. And so it makes them much more useful, because now you're going to need healing. Otherwise, you're gonna need magical healing. Otherwise, it'll take several days to get all your HP back, which could suck in some senses. But for Rapid Ethic on Mondays, it does make the light character or our druid a lot more powerful, a lot more needed, which is great, you know, having that emphasis on that role. Hero points. So there's hero points are basically an alternative to inspiration. So I've never seen them used in 5e. They're also used in Pathfinder 2nd edition. So I probably would use those as opposed to these, but let's go over what hero points are. 264. So hero points work well in epic fantasy and mythic campaigns in which the characters are meant to be more like superheroes than average adventurers. With this option, a character starts with 5 hero points. Each time the character gains a level, he or she loses an unspent hero point and gains a new total of 5 plus half the character's level. So a player can spend a hero point whenever they want to make an attack roll or an ability check or a saving throw. The player can spend the hero point after the roll is made, but before any of its results are applied. Spending the hero point allows the player to roll a d6 and add it to the d20. So instead of having advantage, you just add a d6 to your roll. And you can also use them on death saving throws as well. So it is a different way of playing with hero points versus inspiration. Inspiration just gives you another d20 roll, whereas hero points you can spend however many you want in order to add on top of your roll that you have. So I do see benefits of one versus the other, so that way with hero points you have a little bit more control of whether or not you will succeed, whereas with inspiration you don't know what that roll might be. You have a 5% chance to get each number between 1 and 20. So it could be a good way of giving your players different advantages on how to succeed. But I've never really used it myself, and I haven't seen it used in other campaigns before, so I don't really have any wisdom on whether to use it or not. I think it's definitely a different feel, and it definitely would probably give your players a lot more control on success versus failure, as opposed to inspiration, which is more random. So finally introduce myself in the Discord Lamau. I never use hero points either. It seems really weird. Yeah, it does. It does seem really weird, and I've used it for Pathfinder 2nd edition, which is inherent in their rule set, but for 5e, I probably would just stick with inspiration just because it's better known. Hitting cover. So 272. Okay. So some people use cover, some people don't. So basically, in 5e, there are different situations in which you are more or less defensible against range attacks. For example, if you are standing around around a corner, right, of a room, like if I'm on one corner and the other ranger is like way on the other side around the corner, then that character could still hit me, but half of my body is being hidden by the wall. And so in that case, it is possible for the range character to miss by giving me bonuses to my armor class. And so, such as here, if you're half covered, you get a +2 bonus to AC. If you are 3/4 cover, it's a +5 bonus. And I will more accurately show what that looks like. I'm just gonna pull up, let's see, D&D 5e covered. So this is what cover looks like. Kind of. Hopefully that is kind of seeable. Is it? Well, let me see it. Let me see it on stream. Kinda. That's not a very good image. Let's use this instead. That's a lot more seeable. Okay. So basically, how it works is that these blocks right here, these dark blocks, are considered walls, and so you can't actually see through it. You can't shoot anything through it. And what you're doing is that you are comparing a corner of the character of this square to one corner of the other character that you're trying to shoot. And so in this case, you can see that there is only one corner of this square that makes a straight line without it going through cover, which means that this creature has 3/4 cover. It's 3/4 because it's literally 3 out of 4 that you can't touch. They would get half cover if 2 out of the 4 corners are accessible. So you see that makes sense. So 3/4, half cover, right? 3/4 means that you cannot access 3 corners. Half cover means that you cannot access half of it, or you can access half of it. You can also look at it through. There's 2 ways to do it. You can either do the corner close to the target, or you can choose any corner. And that is a rule that the dungeon master has to decide upon for consistency. You can't have either or. I wouldn't recommend both, because then it's very like indecisive. I mean, I would choose one versus the other, not having both. I would choose any corner. If any corner is able to access 3/4 of this, then they have, then they're not undercover at all here in this situation in figure 2. Oh, you can't see it. There we go. In figure 2, he's able to access 3 out of 4 of these corners by using the bottom corner as opposed to the top corner. And so what this does is that it makes it a lot more dynamic for you for you as a dungeon master and also as a player to hide from other attackers, but also to strategically give yourself some more defense. Now, this is an advanced mechanic. Anything that has you adding +2, +5 on the fly, I would consider to be an advanced crunchy, because crunchy, a gritty way of playing D&D where you're like giving sub bonuses for this or that. You'll see that a lot in Pathfinder 2.2. So in this case, like hitting cover is a great mechanic to add if you are in the middle to higher echelons of levels for your game. And so kind of like I was saying earlier on, add variant rules as your games start to get more stale, or as you want to add more of a nuance towards a specific feel for your games. And so this could be something really, really good, especially if your players are all ranged attackers. If everyone is casting Eldritch Blast from like half a mile away, then you might need to start putting in some hitting cover. If you have a lot of melee characters, then it's not going to matter much unless all of your NPCs and monsters are ranged opponents, in which case I would put this in. If your players are players that have played older editions, I would definitely add this in, because then this will be something closer to what they're used to playing in 3.5. That's a great way to kind of like cater to that group of players. So there you go. I definitely use this sparingly myself, I have used it a lot in Rappanathic, and I have used it in games that featured a lot of like people that played 3.5 or older editions. So there you go. So this is a good mechanic you could put in for those people. Honor. So honor is honor, sanity, and renown, or I would put them all in the same group. Basically, you have some sort of resource or some sort of additional ability score that you're gaining in reference to something that's happening in game. So this is a good alternative to rewards. You can reward, maybe not rewarding with sanity, but you can reward with honor and prestige by giving, or renown, by giving them something different to it, as opposed to just giving items or gold. With honor and renown, you make it so that way you have a very objective number that the players are gaining, and depending on how high the renown is, villagers and citizens of the city might start acting differently towards your players, which is a very nice feeling and a very good way to showcase how well known and how popular and loved the characters are in the world. Honor, specifically just talking about honor, it's more of a way of playing with things like samurais, if I remember correctly. Let me just double make sure that I'm correct here. Let's see. Where is it? Honor. Yeah, so honor is more of a way of playing with knights and like Oriental type games. It's also a way of showing devotion towards something, and it is something that can be used as an additional ability score. It can be something that's taken away and given. So it's good for those type of games. I don't think I've ever used honor myself, only because I've never played those type of games before. So if you're going to be playing a game that is imposed a lot on like tradition, maybe you have a Paladin only campaign, or maybe you have a samurai type campaign, this might be something to add as a 7th ability score. I mean, there's honor checks, honor saving throws, and there's different sort of ways that you can do those things, and those are referenced in the book. Sanity is a way to kind of feature more of the eldritch or horror type things in your games. And so sanity, it's another ability score as well. You can also add and take away from it and make saves and checks with it in order to counteract things of the eldritch kind, such as Cthulhu. And so if you're playing a game that's very eldritch dependent, or you're fighting like things of the great unknown, then sanity might be a thing to add in. However, with both honor and sanity, I do want to say that I don't know if there's many or any modules available for Foundry or Roll20. I hope that there are. There probably are if I look for it. But keeping track of an alternative ability score or an additional ability score, it could be almost too much to keep track of. So just be careful that whenever you start adding things like additional ability scores, that that your players are able to handle that additional bit of complexity. So just be very mindful about that. That this might be more of a mid to advanced mechanic, and definitely might not be very new player friendly. But if you do add new players to something like this, just keep in mind that you're going to probably have to sit and teach them a little bit more to get comfortable with this kind of stuff. So that's something to keep in mind. Initiative variants. All right. So now I do love variants to initiative only because it makes combat goes faster. So what you can do is you can do stuff like you can have everyone's initiative be the same no matter what, such as your initiative is always going to be 10 plus your dex, whatever that is what your initiative is going to be, period, no matter what. No rolling. That makes it easy for you to have quick in and out combat, so that way you're not having to wait on rolling and having to add up everyone's dice and then go turn by turn. Other variants include rolling initiative after every round. I use that for my games, especially for Foundry, only because it makes it automatic. So you can also group together everybody into one initiative where you take one person to roll initiative only, and that's the same initiative for the entire group, and the entire group goes at the same time. So you can also do that for the monsters, so that way you could put multiple creatures onto one initiative. I do that. I group my monsters in initiatives of 4. So that way there are 4 monsters of the same type on the same number of initiative. And for every 4, I group them together. And the reason why 4 and not the whole slog is because of action economy. So it's very unfair for your characters to be hit with 16 attacks at the same time. When there are 16 kobolds that are, going at the same time, you're going to get someone down without them having a chance to do anything. So it's better to kind of split up your monsters into multiple initiatives rather than one giant initiative. However, if your players are really high leveled and the thing they're going up against is really low level, then you can by all means group more monsters together. Just be careful that action economy is always on the side of the group that has the most action. So that's something to keep in mind. So I do also, during combat, if I see that multiple groups that are allied with each other are back to back to back, like next to each other, I allow them all to go at the same time. So for example, if I rolled initiative and player 1, 2, and 3 are going first, I just allow them all to do their actions at the same time. And if I see that on my side, if I see that Kobold Group 1 and Kobold Group 2 are going at the same time, I just, or going next to each other, I just have them go at the same time. It saves time, it saves formalities, just let them all go, so that way they are able to coordinate and make games go faster. If you're just going turn by turn by turn, your game is definitely going to slow down. So look for every single opportunity that you can to try to make initiative go faster, because it just allows for the game to go quicker and kind of get through that combat without it becoming a slog. So initiatives is a good way to, variant initiatives is a good way to do that. So again, it's either giving them a flat initiative for the whole game, grouping characters together to have one initiative score. You can also have things here like side initiative, which I'll read out loud. So nope, actually that's exactly what I had just described here. So yep, actually I just described all the initiatives. So that is everything there's here. There is also these things called speed factors as a variant rule. Basically that you add or subtract plus or minus this to a character's initiative depending on their size or how fast they are. So I would not use that only because it makes it more gritty and it's going to slow down the game more. So I would not use speed factor at all. It wouldn't be very friendly to running a fast encounter. However, if you want a more realistic in-depth encounter and you're okay with having a slower game, then you can use speed factor. So basically what it does is that depending on your size, you would add or subtract your initiative. So like if you're tiny, you would add a +5. If you're gargantuan, you get a -8. If you are a heavy melee weapon user, you get a -2. If you are a light weapon user, then you get a +2. These are all like small bonuses that are just going to slow down the game by having to keep track of what you add and decrease, and it is going to slow down the game. But you do get a little bit more of a realistic initiative, but I think that in most cases people want a faster initiative, not realistic. Trying to go for realism is almost like a fool's quest, because there's so many things that you can make realistic that just ends up ruining the game. So would not recommend speed factor, but I do recommend definitely having either pre-chosen initiatives and grouping initiatives together, just to make your games faster and just to get through the slog of not having to go turn by turn and people start to fall asleep at your table. We don't want that. We want our games to be fast and energetic, and we want them to go, go, go. So moving on, injuries. So injuries has to do with things like losing an eye, losing an arm, losing a foot, limping, internal injury, broken wounds, scars. This is a very gritty and dark way of having your campaigns by giving your characters permanent things that affect them for the rest of the campaign. I've had a dungeon master that I played in as a player use this, and I didn't like it. My character ended up blind and with one less leg in one combat or very first session for the rest of the campaign. Like I said, anything that's going to affect your player characters permanently or affect their characters' stats or abilities, especially in unfair ways, is a double-edged sword. So just keep in mind that if you do use lingering injuries and you are going to be doing things like making them lose an eye on a critical hit, or whenever they get down to 0 HP, they cut off an arm, or if they fail a death saving throw by 5 or more, it's going to cause one of these things. This is a very punishing, a very heavily punishing thing for players. Because and a lot of the time it's not even within their control. It's like if another creature crits on them, or if they drop the 0 because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, or they were targeted, you're going to get a lot of animosity towards the dungeon master for being the one to do that to that player character, and it doesn't feel good. So I would not use this ever unless you are going to have a one shot, and that one shot is meant to be very brutal, very gritty, very dark. Then I would definitely use injuries, but otherwise I wouldn't use it in a long-term campaign. It's just it's too grueling, and it's too punishing, and it's not favored towards the party characters at all. So I think in that end it might be a little bit unfair. So down vote for injuries unless you're gonna do a one shot. I should use that for bigger combats. It'll make things less of a slog. Do you have a resource? Do you have resources on running this ability in a campaign? Disability. I mean, there's a lot of disabilities out there. I mean, even going beyond, I mean, there's a lot of mental disabilities, a lot of physical disabilities. There are also like fictional disabilities, such as like those that have to do with magic or curses. So do I have any resources on them this specifically? Not really. I mean, for me, like I had a character that was a blade singer in a wheelchair, and I didn't use them any differently than I would a normal character that had no wheelchair. So in my games, I try to be as equal with characters as possible, and I only ever give a detriment or a penalty on things that don't have to do with the player characters at all. And so if I'm trying to make a character that is blind, I probably would give them blind sense, for example, but I don't have any sort of resources that have to do with disability myself. No, my players came up to me wanting to run disabled characters, mostly physical in this sense. Yeah, I'm using the combat wheelchair supplement. Oh, nice. I haven't been asked that before, and I don't have any resources at the top of my head that I could offer. But what I would do, because the stabilization is a very touchy topic, I would probably sit down with the players as a whole, and I do mean like the whole table, to talk about that, because it can be a very triggering topic. I mean, is it fair? Is it good to introduce a character that is in a wheelchair and they're being used in a way that is making fun of ableism? Maybe not, but it's probably not a good thing to do. But it's definitely something that I would sit down with the player to understand what it is their intentions are, and as long as the entire table is okay with however that character is going to be played, then I would go forward with it. But that's something that I would definitely do on a case by case basis, because every single person in every single group is going to have different wants and reactions to that type of character, and I would just make it very clear that if anyone is uncomfortable with that, to be very open about it. Hey, no worries. I want to be fair and told the other players ahead of time this player would be in a wheelchair. The character in question is a Paladin, the other is a Warlock who lost a leg and eye. Okay, nice. Well, I'm glad that worked out well for your game. Yeah, I was just warned for anybody watching this to, if you're going to include disabled characters in your campaign, to make that a conversation with your party and see how they feel about it first before inserting it in. Talking before implementing is definitely better. In D&D, it is not better to ask for forgiveness than to just do it. It should have a conversation about these type of things, just because it can be very touchy. So, okay, inspiration. Well, we already talked about inspiration. Inspiration is optional, but there's different ways that inspiration can be given. For example, inspiration can be given by the dungeon master. Inspiration can be given by the players. Inspiration can be shared by everybody. That's something that I use in my games. I have inspiration put into like a collective pile, and anyone can pull from it, rather than just giving it to one player character, so that way everyone kind of shares in the collective goodness of the inspiration. I feel a little bad when I give inspiration to one person and no one else, so rather than giving it to them, I give it to the whole group so they can all pull from it, so that way it's a little bit more shared. I'm like, you guys are doing awesome because you guys are a team, we should work together. I will give the whole group one inspiration that's in a bowl and anyone can pull from it. So that's something that I use. If that's something that you want to use for your games, great. Definitely makes it more collectively wholesome and collectively rewarding rather than just rewarding one player character. Although, you know, they still get, that person still gets rewarded for doing a good job, but it's also given to other people to potentially pull from as well. So I really love the group inspiration idea. That's all for inspiration. Level advancement without XP. So this is basically talking about milestone, right? So you have milestone experience. You get to a certain part of the story, you level up the character. Simple as that. Or maybe you have a predefined set of things that they have to do or achieve or grab or get in order for them to level up. So that is another way to do that. I think in a Souls-like world, you could probably collect souls and exchange those for a level up, but if you die, you lose it, right? So then you have to go back and get it. An alternative to experience. So those are things you could do for level with advancement. Loyalty. I love loyalty. I don't always use it, but when I do, I use it for groups that are, how can I put it? Sometimes I have had groups in the past that are very murder hobos. I don't have anything against murder hobos. I think it's great as long as that's the direction everyone wants to go in. But in those type of groups, I start to include loyalty, because it only makes sense that if you're going to go around slaughtering everything, slaughtering civilians, slaughtering things, doing things that are evil, that the characters around you, the non-player characters especially, are not going to be that favorable towards you in the long run. So I use loyalty as a way to mechanically and fairly adjudicate what it is that an NPC will do in relation to the party, because I don't like being subjective in decision making myself. And so if I'm going to do something that is going to be punishing towards the party, I want it to be based on a number and a thing that is numerically responsive to their actions, as opposed to an subjective decision that I just all of a sudden decided to make up. And then, you know, people are mad at me because I decided this thing and that there's no proof for reason. So loyalty is a good way to kind of like segment yourself from that. So if you have a party that is that you want to continue playing with, that is very they tend to be a little rules lawyery or maybe a little bit murder hobo, loyalty scores are a good way to objectively distance yourself away from the responsibility of making a decision that the other players might view as unfair. So use it. It is there to kind of give yourself a safer platform to make decisions from, in case you are in a group like that. I have such issue with milestone because I want to reward people based on what they do, but not move too quickly. Oh yeah, I completely get that. Massive damage. 273. Okay, I know what this is. So massive damage is along the same lines as injuries. So if your character takes a large amount of damage all at once, you can get a systemic shock. And if that happens, then your character could drop down to 0 HP. They can become unstable. They can't take reactions. There are punishments. So this is a better alternative to injuries because it's not permanent. But what it does is make it so that way if your character just takes a massive spike of damage, they're also going to suffer a secondary effect. It makes criticals a lot more punishing. And I would add this if you have a group that maybe has a lot of critical resistance. And so what I mean is if people in your party have adamantine armor, which makes them immune to criticals, I would add in massive damage, only because whenever it does happen, it will be similar to a critical, except instead of it being a damage amount from a crit, it's going to be an effect. So good alternative for parties that are really super defensive, and really good in cases where you're having to like overstack so much on the monsters because your party members are so strong that they're able to like mow over everything in front of them. So it's a good way to amplify the monster side, but only use it if you really are just struggling to have that balance. So that way you can give the monsters something else that can affect the party members and kind of like bring the balance down here back to a more even spot without just, you know, going a lot higher on stats for the monsters. So that's a good rule that you can use for that. Milestone experience, we already just talked about it. Mixing potions. I love mixing potions. All right, look. If you have a group that loves to collect potions or loves to make potions, and you find that they're drinking 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 potions before combat, and and they are gaining all the effects from all of the potions, use mixing potions, and that problem will be solved. Basically, what it does is that whenever a character drinks more than one potion, and there already is an active effect from a potion inside of them. For example, I drank a potion to fly, right? So I have to fly for like an hour. If I drink a healing potion while I'm affected by a fly potion, there's a possibility that I'm going to explode. And there's also a possibility that I could be poisoned. There's a possibility that I could die. There's a possibility that one of those effects will be permanent. And it will discourage players from power gaming using potions. Because whenever you see one of your party members die from magical implosion, that is when you know that you fixed the problem. You also can just, talk to your players and be like, hey guys, don't do that. Don't drink 10 potions before a combat. But if you want them to take a risk and you want to sort of allow it, but have there be a potential consequence, mixing potions is a good one. I use that for every marathon, only because it's possible for them to collect many potions at the same time. And I haven't had a problem with it since. So there you go. Morale is a good way of adjudicating whether opponents flee from combat with potential triggers that could make them run away. This is a good thing to use if you have a war-like campaign where you have a lot of NPCs or commoners that are joining in on a fight. I've never used it myself, but if I was to have a campaign where there's just a lot of warring, we're just trying to conquer a lot of the land, this could be a good thing to include in there. Otherwise, I might not use it myself. More difficult item identification. So I will say that I have not used more difficult magic item identification, but I have used more simple item identification. And so what I have done and what I do in my games is that I allow every single magic item to be instantly identifiable. It is not necessary to cast Identify spell. You know what it is immediately. And instead, I make it so that the Identify spell identifies if the item is cursed or not. Unfortunately, 5e doesn't have a spell or a way to identify cursed items, and I think that's really messed up because the players get no chance and no possibility to know if something is cursed or not before putting it on. So instead, what I do is that I let all magic items be identifiable and let them use Identify to see if it's cursed or not. So that is a way that I make magic item detection easier in my game. I would not recommend making it more difficult. However, if you do want to make it more difficult, let's see what the DMG has to say. 136. Okay, so if you prefer magic items to have a greater mystique, consider removing the ability to identify properties of a magic item during a short rest and require the Identify spell. So basically, in this case, you wouldn't be able to know anything if it's even a magic. You wouldn't be able, if you cast Detect Magic, you wouldn't know if it's magical or not. You can only know by casting Identify. You would have to identify everything. Have you ever used alternative Identify rules, the short rest version? No, I haven't used that before. In my games, I try to make things simple and easy. So only because if I don't know, if they don't identify that magic item, 5, 6, 7, 10 sessions might go by before they actually get around to doing it, and then I already forgot what the item is supposed to be. So then they lost out on an item only because I forgot, because it's been 3 months in real time and I don't remember that magic item for 3 months ago. So I would try to make things easier for yourself and also easier for them as much as you can, only because it'll save you time and energy and the possibility that you might mess something up or forget what it was. That has happened to me where I have forgotten what the magic item was, and then I'm like, they don't know where they got it from, I don't know where they got it from, and I don't remember what it was, and then they lost out on a magic item. I'm like, shoot, that sucks. I want them to get their rewards, and so I just, since then I stopped requiring them to identify it in order to know what it does. So I definitely recommend magic item liberation as opposed to restriction. But hey, if you are really good at note taking, then that's great. Oh, in short, the alt rule is just identifying the item without a spell via short rest. Yes, that's my version. What the DMG is saying is to do it over a short rest. And alternatively, the variant is to require identify, otherwise you don't know it's magical. So yeah, no, my version of this is to make it easier, but that's not what this is suggesting. No, it's okay. It's a homebrew rule. Is what I do. So I homebrew having easier item detection. I just let them know that it's a magical item and also what it is and what it does, because it's easier for them, it's easier for me, and the only thing I have to worry about is keeping track if it's cursed or not, which I would keep track of that easier on my notes, which is a lot easier to pick up than being like, yeah, with that random thing from that random place, I don't know what it does. Anyway, multi-classing. Multi-classing is a variant rule. I will say that I don't use multi-classing in my games, ever. Actually, I say ever, except for in Rapanatic, where there is a rule called Chaos where they randomly multi-class into a random class, and so they get no choice in what they class into. Also because I use the Epic Legacy 21 through 30, it does require having a pure build. I also find that having pure builds eliminates a lot of the problems that come with power gaming, a lot of the upsetness that players get whenever someone else is much more powerful than them. So I just don't allow it at all in my games at all. So that way I can avoid those problems and avoid the possibility that players will eventually and will take advantage of it to make characters that are stronger than others. And I just don't like that. Other people don't like it, so I just don't use it at all. I don't like multi-classing, but decided to reward it based on players' fun. Though I love rewarding the single class, to be honest. Yeah, I do too. Only players award inspiration. I already talked about that. Piety is it's another version of renown. Renown has to do with getting acknowledgement from civilization. Piety has to do through religious faith. So you're spreading the word of God. You're spreading your word of your God throughout the lands. So that is a different system that people can use. I have used this in one campaign. It's Rapanatic from Marathon 2, where they started a religion. And in order for them to level up in base building their religion, they had to use piety rules in order to showcase what level they were at. And so each level between 1 and 50 numerically was a level of piety that they had to attain. And there were certain requirements they had to do in order to get higher piety levels and what they would give. I think that's a cool system for my rhyme game. We have a lot of religious characters, oddly enough. Oh, nice. Planar effects. I have used planar effects sort of in a different way. So basically what it does is that whenever you are in a plane of existence, there are certain effects that will occur. For example, if my characters are in the Shadowfell, then necromantic and illusion spells are more powerful, and healing spells are much more dampened. And so it increases the power of one, lessens the power of another. It's also something that I've written into a lot of my Astalia, which is a setting that I'm writing. There is a part of the world that is filled with these different variances of magic, specifically between positive, necrotic, illusion, and positive. And what they do is that depending on where they're at, there's going to be different bonuses to different types of their powers. So maybe they'll do more fire damage, or maybe they'll be able to do more healing, or maybe they can do more necrotic, etc. There's different things you can do with this. There's different ways you can have planar effects, magical weather. There's a whole combination of things you can do, and the limitation is your imagination on it. Tasha also has a planar effect session. Yes, there's lots of things you can do. It also doesn't have to do with only magic. You can also have things related to like feature types, like lycanthropes. Like if there's a blood moon, you can have all of a sudden all of the werewolves are a lot more amped up, or maybe all the undead are a lot more amped up. So these are things that you can include for magical weather as like just random events that happen in your game in order to make your games more sporadic, random, and dynamic. So in keeping things fresh, I definitely am a big fan of planar effects and magical weather effects. Playing using a grid. I will say that I half of the time, especially when I'm streaming, I don't even turn on the grid. I just let them move their characters wherever they want. You know, as long as they're not like stacking themselves on top of each other, right? Because I don't like interrupting the flow of the game. And so if we're having a really good flow, and it's really easy to roll combat on Foundry. I don't like turning on the grid because it just gotta wait for everybody's page to refresh. Gotta wait like 30 seconds and then you gotta go into it. So half of the time I don't turn the grid on. I just let them move their characters how they do. And you know, as long as we're all being mindful to not stick 5 characters on top of each other in the same space, it's fine. And sometimes I don't even like use things like movement speed. In fact, sometimes I throw movement speed out the window. Like I'm like, you know, I don't care how far you move. Go ahead and move yourself up to them, especially if I don't have a map. If it's all theater of the mind, I just throw things like that out the window because they're not needed. So anything that's going to slow down your game, anything that's going to make your game a slog, throw it out. Because ultimately those things are just going to make your games a lot more crunchier than it needs to be. And you're going to have a faster, more dynamic game that's going to have a much better flow if you just get rid of the things that slow it down little by little, or find ways to make those rules or those various things a lot less of an impact by finding ways to kind of shortcut some stuff. Foundry does help a lot. I definitely recommend having Foundry, but it is very technologically difficult to set up, so that is one barrier with using that VTT. I have a player who is playing a Tiefling Sorlock, Aberrant Mind Sorcerer and Celestial Warlock. For the patron, it's a diva named Mikhail. The player wants a Be Not Afraid, an alien entity type. Do you have recommended Celestial supplements? I'm looking for it and don't know if older editions get into this. Celestial supplements. I don't have anything specific for Celestials in and of themselves. I'm sure that there might be something out there if you look for 3.5 Celestials. But I do have some supplements that I'll talk about in regards to monster ecology, which I'll go over in a bit. But yeah, but hopefully you do find something that'll fit for what you're looking for. Let's see, plot points. So plot points. Let me turn to that page in the book, 269. So plot points are basically adding the capability to use plot as a mechanic that the players have a lot more say into. So the players can use plot points in order to introduce things into the game that otherwise wouldn't be there. And so there is a resource called plot points, you know, in order to also, no, it's okay, Art by Wishing. Thank you so much for the compliment and it being a nice stream. We really appreciate hearing that. So as far as using plot points, basically the players are able to have 1 point they can spend per session to change something about the game. Maybe they can add a twist. Maybe they can make it a bit more dramatic. Maybe they can alter a part of the game that normally the players wouldn't. It gives the players a lot more power in order of the direction that the game is taking. However, a lot of DMs don't like that, right? Like, you don't know what the players are going to include, and it is possible to overrule what the players introduce, but then at that point, if you're going to give players the capability to change something and then take it away, it just seems a little strange. So I would use this with a lot of caution, and you have to be very okay with giving up control. A lot of dungeon masters are not okay with that. So if you're going to use plot points, you have to be comfortable with letting go of the reins and knowing that your campaign is going to change in ways that you probably did not intend it to. You have to be okay with that. It's like the whole yes and, but you're yes anding on stuff that maybe you didn't like or maybe you don't like for a story. So it is potential that you could destroy the game potentially with plot points that don't make sense by giving the power to players that have no experience with dungeon mastering, and then your game is in a hole that you didn't want it to be. So be careful with it. I probably would use it with a group of players that are dungeon masters and that know how to dungeon master, because then in that way you have a lot more safety and security knowing that the game that you are putting together is not going to fall apart because people have decided to be assholes, just to say it bluntly. So there you go. Proficiency check variants. I have used this actually. Basically I use this for Marathon 2 Rapinathic. Instead of being proficient with skills, you are proficient with an entire ability score of skills. So if I am proficient with dexterity, then that means I'm proficient with sleight of hand, stealth, acrobatics, all at the same time. If I'm proficient with strength, then I'm only proficient with athletics. If I'm proficient with charisma, then that means intimidation, persuasion, deception. I'm proficient with all of those things and performance at the exact same time. And there is one proficiency that comes from your class, and there's one proficiency that comes from your background. So there is a list in the book that says which classes you have, what options to choose for what ability scores. It's not something I've ever seen anyone else use before, but I do use it myself only because I use a role system for my D&D for my Rap and Ethic game, and it is something that I would recommend if you are trying to enforce a role system for balance in your games. Otherwise, I wouldn't use it at all. All right, proficiency die. So basically, so you know how in D&D 5e you get a +2 proficiency if you're proficient with a skill. So instead of having a +2, you replace it with a die. Simple as that. It will add a little bit more variation into the game, and so you're able to roll higher as well as a little bit lower than what the proficiency would give. So if you have a proficiency of +2, you roll a d4. If you have a proficiency of +3, you roll a d6. +4, it's a d8. +5, it's a d10. +6, it's a d12. And so now, and then if you have expertise, you double the die amount. So it could give you a greater range of success or failure with a little bit more randomness. I've never used it myself. I think that this is good for people that love to roll a bunch of dice. And so if you're a dice goblin, definitely use this because you can now have some more clicky clacks you can roll onto the table. Otherwise, it could be a way to increase random number generation and chances of success and failure. So there you go. You would get lower numbers and higher numbers in both directions equally. So great rule if that's what you're into. Renown, we already talked about renown, rest variance. So I think that we already talked about some of these already, but you also basically you can increase or decrease the amount of time you can rest. Also, you can ignore the one long rest per day rule, right? So if you want to allow your players to have more than one long rest in a day, you can, right? The only reason you couldn't is because you decide that they can't, but you can make healing a lot more, make resting a lot more available to them. You also can make resting a lot shorter as well. You can also make resting a lot longer. So you have complete control of altering these different rules for your games. So if you want things to be a little bit more heroic or a little bit more gritty and extreme, then these are things you can alter. Sanity, we already talked about. Scroll mishaps. So scroll mishaps are basically the capability for there to be a potential that something happens when trying to use a scroll. And I think that it also allows for any person to use a scroll, but let me just double check. So a creature who tries and fails to cast a spell from a spell scroll. Okay. Okay. So basically, it is a possibility that something else might happen as opposed to the effect of the scroll. It's a good way to add randomization. However, this could potentially be punishing to the players, right? Because you're adding a possible negative effect with very little gain. So if this is something that you want to add for the sake of randomness, go for it. Otherwise, it might be a little bit too punishing in my taste, but it's definitely something you could introduce. I've never used this myself, and one thing that I do enforce in my games is that in order for you to use a spell scroll, you need to have that spell on your class's spell list. Otherwise, you cannot cast from otherwise you can't use the scroll, which means that fighters and barbarians definitely cannot use scrolls because they don't have any magic capability. But also, a wizard is not able to cast like a paladin's spell, and a paladin can cast a cleric spell. So it kind of like keeps things in their own corners for sake of balance. Sometimes I don't buy to that. Sometimes I let anyone use any spell scroll. It all depends on how balanced you want your game to be. In games that I want things to be much more available, I will let anyone use any spell scroll. In games that I want things to be a little bit more limited, I will limit them down to the classes. So you do have some range of control over that. And those are homebrew rules, but those are things you can adjust for yourselves. Skills with different abilities. This is a nice one. So basically, instead of rolling an athletics check with strength, I can roll an athletics check with constitution or charisma. You can do that for any sort of skill. You can make it dependent on other ability scores, and it could be entirely dependent on how it is that your character is trying to do the thing or do the skill. And so that is something that that I have seen used on the fly by different dungeon masters for different skills, depending on how they do things. And this is one I definitely recommend for any table, because it gives you a lot more variation and a lot more possibilities of how to do something in more than one way. So, thumbs up. Slow natural healing is something I've already talked about, so I will go past that. Spell points! Yes, I love spell points. All right, I love spell points as a reward. And so what I do in my games is let me explain what spell points are. So spell points are, instead of having spell slots, you have a number of points that you can then use to cast different level spells. And each leveled spell is a different number of points. And so I will go to that page real quick, but I love spell points. Let's see. So, for example, if you are a third level wizard, then you have 14 spell points. And the maximum leveled spell you can cast is second level, of course. A first level spell costs 2 points. A second level spell costs 3 points. So I can cast 4 level 2 spells, or I can cast 7 level 1 spells with spell points. I love this because I love using this as an epic boon to give to players. And so I will give this as a reward of completing an epic quest. So that way my spellcasters have that emphasis of like, oh yeah, I'm epic now. I can cast more than one 9th level spell for sure, because 9th level spells cost 13 points. And at level 17 with 107 points, let's pull up a calculator, you can cast 8 level 9 spells as opposed to 1. So just keep in mind that when you give out spell points, you are dramatically increasing the amount of power that your spellcasters have. So just know spellcasters are already powerful enough. You give them this, it's just gonna blow it out of the water. It's a great system to use for non-player characters that are enemies, because you can make your Lich have spell points and have them go ham casting Meteor Swarm or Wish, as opposed to having that one measly little spell slot. Now they can cast 8 level 9 spells. Give it to your NPCs and monsters, you will not regret it. I definitely love spell points, exactly for that reason, because I'm not limited in how many spells I can cast at a higher level. Great variant rule. Training to gain levels is a good system to use for West Marches, shared campaigns, right? It's also a good system to use if you're going to have your players have multiple characters that they're controlling in the same campaign, so they can then train over a period of time while their alternative characters are going away. You can also have non-player characters that are basically like the party pets, like you recruited a kobold, now they're staying back at a base. You can have your kobold now level up by having the time that they're spending away from their NPCs being able to level up, so that way they're not just sitting around doing nothing. So it's a great way, it's a great rule if you're gonna have base building, guild creation or West Marches, so that way there's alternatives to allow other characters to level up instead of just sitting around twiddling the thumbs. So I think that's a great variant rule. There's also a lot of Unearthed Arcana, variant backgrounds, variant human. These are things like for example, pirate is a variant background. Variant human, some people love it, some people don't. You know, it just really depends if you're okay with having an extra feat at level 1 or not. And wands that don't recharge. So if you have a wand of magic missiles, it won't recharge. You are stuck with the number of uses. This is a great variant rule if you're going to have the magic item creation from Pathfinder 1st Edition. It is very easy to make wands in Pathfinder 1st Edition magic item creation. And so mixing that with wands that don't recharge is a great safe way in order to make sure that your party doesn't have just a ton of wands that they're using all the time. So use it if you feel like the wands in your games are too powerful, or if you're using Pathfinder 1st Edition magic item creation. Okay, that is a lot of variant rules. That is the end of the list, at least as far as we know right now. If you guys have any questions on variant rules, by all means, throw them out. Otherwise, I'm gonna go and take a little bit of a break. But let's see, it is 1:47 my time. But I'm gonna do, actually, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and then I'll be back just to get some more water, some more coffee. And then when I get back, I will be continuing on talking about monster ecology. So I'll see you back right after a break. Okay, I am back. Hello, everybody. So, today's gonna be a very, very long stream. Now, I just gone over reading some of the variant rules that are available to you as a dungeon master. And so basically what I was doing was going over what possibilities or what capabilities you have as a dungeon master for your games, so that way you can maximize the fun and the experience that you have for your games, knowing what is available to you already. I definitely recommend reading the Dungeon Master's Guide if you've not already. I read it once a year, and because of that, well, my Dungeon Master's Guide is falling apart, so it is what it is. Now, I just finished talking about a lot of the variant rules already, so I'm going to be putting that to the side for now. And what I'm going to do next is go over a very, very large topic called monster ecology. So monster ecology is basically knowing the ins and outs of how it is that monsters work, where they live, the lore about them, different sort of abilities that you can use for them. And there is so much information on each one of those. And so why exactly is that important? So now this whole today is all about gaining the basic foundational building blocks that are going to help you with your improvisation at higher levels of DMing. And so having some base knowledge across many different creatures, lore, etc., is going to allow for you to be able to improv on the fly a lot better and a lot easier, and also to give answers to questions that you maybe had never thought of before. And I will give a good example. Ooh, my things get in the way. There we go. Okay, so here's what I mean. So let's talk about one resource that I definitely love, and that is, where'd I put it? It is right here. One of these books. Unless I didn't grab it. So there is a book that I have called the Draconomicon. Oh, here it is. So the Draconomicon is a book from 3.5, and a lot of these references that I'm going to be throwing at you are going to be references from older editions. So back during 2E and 3.5, people had went ham with writing a ton of resources, such as this one, that massively expand the lore and the different capabilities that things were able to do. 3.5 in and of itself is a very, very flexible system that people love even to this day. And so I will give you an introduction to the Draconomicon. So the Draconomicon, which was a book written by Andy Collins, Skip Williams, and James Wyatt. Ooh, you guys can't really see that, can you? Here, let me... There we go. Okay, you can kind of see it a bit better. So this entire book is nothing but about dragons, and so it goes over things such as like the dragon's body, their physiology, their life cycle, their senses, their flight, other types of movement, their combat abilities, their weaknesses, their psychology, their society, language, religion, different kinds of dragons. Of course, we have the dragons that we all know, but it also adds a ton of other options such as desert landworms, forest landworms, hill landworms, battle dragons, chaos dragons, ethereal dragons, oceanus dragons. There are so many things in this book that dramatically expand the repertoire of options that you can use for your games. And so this is a book that I thoroughly really love. It was a gift given to me by by my ex-fiance, who I'm no longer with. But he had given this to me knowing how much I love dragons, and I ever since had every year I sit down and I read the whole thing. In addition to reading the Dungeon Master Guide, these are the two books that I read every single year, back to back. And I just really love how much there is in here. It goes over, and I actually, used this yesterday, just coincidentally. We had found a brass dragon egg in a game yesterday on stream for the marathon. And in it, they were asking, well, like how long until it hatches? And so I looked in here I will show you the page that I was referencing, but you see that there is a ton of really good stuff like metabolism, physiology, how the wings look like, the eggs. This is where I was at. So I was looking on here on this page specifically yesterday, so that way I can reference right here exactly. The egg must be kept in an open flame or in a temperature of at least under 40 degrees Fahrenheit. And so having resources like this makes it so that if something comes up in the middle of your game, you have a hard resource that you maybe either have memorized or have some knowledge in, to just be able to pull stuff out on the fly. And then because of how well established or in-depth your knowledge of things like this are, you're going to impress people because you have spent time in order to memorize and be able to drop stuff like this right in the middle of their games. Also, thank you so much, Touching Evil, for donating to the Milk Challenge. I appreciate that a lot. And there is more to this book than just lore on physiology and basics about what dragons are about. It also gives you a ton of options on things that you can add into your games in order to make dragons more ferocious. So, for example, I will scroll through until we get to the page that I'm talking about. You know, it's really nice. It explains their movements. It explains how the dragons swim, their combat abilities. Also gives you variant rules and alternatives that you can add in order to do things like you can add armor to dragons. That is a really cool thing you could do. You can give your dragons magical abilities and capabilities in order to link them up even more, or creating items that are specifically for dragons or of dragons. You can also do things such as giving them more weaknesses. You can also, oh, hold on just a second. My dogs are getting a little troublesome. Okay. You can also use this book in order to enhance things in your game. So if you have a very dragon-driven campaign, like if you're running The Rise of Tiamat, for example, this will probably be like a really good book to look into. There's different things about mating in here, different hordes, and also what they collect, languages, vocabulary. They have an entire section on vocabulary for dragons. And so you can see that even just those little bits that I've just touched over, which is barely 10% of the book, you have something that you can leverage on to make your games at a higher level and increase the effectiveness and also the lore of your games to make it just that much more in-depth and much more cool. So I would definitely recommend this book 100% to go through it and look at what there is. And so I'm trying to get to the point, look, there's different gods in here. Trying to get to the point where it's talking about monsters and what they can do. So now if we're looking at this here, then you can see that we have different sort of dragons. So now we start getting to the specifics on dragons and images in here. I'm just trying to get through all this, but it really does provide a lot of lore. And so going past. All right, a DM's Guide to Dragons. This is the part that I really love. So now if you're gonna have dragons in your campaigns as the main plot schemers or as a major part of your game, then this is one way that you can kind of study to see how different ways that you can use them in your game. For example, dragons as plotters and schemers. A sample adventure hook is a thieves guild in a major city run by a polymorphed dragon. Well, that's cool. You just give some ideas of what to do. Variant rules size by dragon types. You can make dragons be different sizes depending on what color they are. Again, it gives you more nitty-gritty stuff here. This is something more for 3.5. I know in 5e we don't like to have stuff like this, which is why you don't see it, because people don't want it. But if this is something you like, hey, there you go. So you can make the games more dynamic by having different ways that the mechanics of melee and fighting is done. Let's see, space and reach. Let's see, flight patterns. So in 5e, I see it all the time. Dungeon masters run their games so that way dragons can fly omnidirectionally without having to turn or anything. It's very quote unquote unrealistic. It's basically just a dragon that's just doing this all the time. This is a way that kind of explains maneuverability a bit better. So if you want to have more realistic gliding patterns, you can. Most people don't care for that, but if you do, there you go. So let's see. Trying to get to the point where it's tail attack. Love it. Trying to get to the point where it's talking about the different type of things. Here we go, feats. So at this point, this is where you can have different mechanics that you can add to your games to make your dragons much more fierce. And so you can have things like epic feats, you can have breath weapons, you can have things that you can increase like flight speed, you can make it so that way they have a bigger range of frightful presence. These are all things that you can add onto a monster to make it more vicious, more ferocious. If you want a BBEG monster, if you want a monster that's going to be absolutely difficult and like you wanted to make it something that is actually a challenge as opposed to the 5e stat blocks, add these to your dungeons. And you can see that there's many things here. You can give them flyby attacks, increase maneuverability. You can have them push back. You can have them gain altitude without losing speed, knocking down. There's so many great things you could really add. And having a book like this just makes it so that way you can make really intense, great combat encounters. It's also something that you can add if you can drop on the fly. For example, I on the fly have added some of these mechanics that I had memorized. So that way, whenever the party was fighting against a dragon, they didn't just, it wasn't just an underwhelming fight. I wanted it to be gritty, so I added I added some of these on the fly, and the fight was so much better than if they just, killed the dragon and then my dragon is gone and it's dead, and it's very underwhelming. People want a little bit of a challenge. They want to have that heroic climb. So being able to drop this stuff on the fly is only advantageous to you as a dungeon master. And this is all under the realm of monster ecology, knowing what your options are for being able to add things, take things away, and also what kind of lore you can drop into the middle of your games to make your games just that much more better. There are also very specific spells that only dragons can use in here. God, there's so much. And then it goes into like different types of dragons that there are, magic items. There's a lot of really good things in here, and I definitely recommend this. So I'm not going to sit here and read the whole book. It's 305 pages long. But this is an example of a resource that you can use for yourself to make your games better. I mean, it's Dungeons and Dragons, so to me it just makes sense to have a resource on dragons because, hey, it's in the name of the game, right? So that's one resource that I definitely recommend, the Draconomicon. So now, there are also other books that are very similar to the Draconomicon that exist, and specifically from 4th edition. I know, I'm speaking about 4th edition. People hate 4th edition, but people don't know why people hate them. And so despite the public outcry of how much hate there is for this game, I still love the books because they give you a lot of really good content. In fact, now you will find that if you start to look into 4th edition, there are two books. There's one specifically for metallic dragons, and there's one specifically for chromatic dragons. You will find that in reading 4th edition that you're going to find a lot of mechanics that are really cool. And you will also find it, if anyone here has heard of DC-20, DC-20, I'm willing to bet, has probably looked at 4th edition to get some of his mechanics because action points are a thing from 4th edition. So, and that's what DC-20 is basing its game on, is action points and having a less ability scores to roll from. But that all to say that people love it for that reason. So why is it that people don't like 4th edition? And that's because there are some parts of 4th edition that make it really grueling. The combat is, well, as you saw, there's a lot of things that can be added onto a monster, and I've heard that the combat lasts forever. There's also this variation of things called powers in this game that makes it very hard to understand and wasn't as liked. But with that aside, there are still a ton of rules and mechanics and game development that you don't have to make up yourself. Just copy and paste from one of these, add it to your game, and then bam, now you have a custom homebrew mechanic that you can add to your game from a book that has done the work for you, so rather than you having to think it for yourself. So that's it for dragons. Now for the undead, there is the dragon equivalent called Libris Mortis, the Book of Undead. It is just like the Draconomicon. It is a book entirely made for undead, which is a resource that I would recommend getting as well if you're going to have a lot of undead. This book is on my to-buy list. It is, I haven't bought it yet, but I do have the 4E Open Grave, and I have read this one through, and I have used things from this book in my games for undead. Definitely recommend it. It's in terms of if you're going to run a very heavy undead campaign, you can surprise your players with something that has, like, for example, like, see, what's one of the things I've seen? If the undead dies, then it explodes and it affects those around them with a disease, and there's different type of diseases that you could look at and infect people with. Again, just like the Draconomicon, different sort of things to look at in terms of physiology, different undead, different developments, different senses, psychology. All of that is so good and so in-depth. I definitely recommend, if you are going to be if you're intending to be an awesome, amazing, great dungeon master, to have some level of monster ecology under your belt. And it doesn't just start and end with publications. There are actually, or at least publications from books, there are also things such as, and I will show you, the Dungeons and Dragons. They're both two different series. There's a Dungeons, what's it called? It's called. There's a Dungeon magazine series, and there is a Dragons magazine series that are about like 200 to 300 issues long. This is the first issue of Dungeons, which is why I laminated. I dare not open it. But those issues have years and years and years of really awesome content that you can just, like, much as I hate to say it, you can just copy it and use it for your games. I've seen really good expansions on psionics, mind flayers, aboleths, dragons, ropers. There's a lot of really great content out there that's right at your fingertips. All you gotta do is be wanting to look for it and search for it, and then add it to your games. It does require spending time to study, because that's what all this is. It's study. I'm not gonna sit here and read it for you, because there's literally decades of stuff that you could probably read through right here. But putting in the effort to learn more about Dungeons and Dragons material that's already made only improves your games, and it also gives you more references of creativity to drop on the fly for your games as well, and also helps you make homebrew stuff as well. So definitely, monster ecology wise, to look through resources that already exist out there. There is also a channel that I want to talk about, which is AJ Pickett. So AJ Pickett, if you're not familiar with AJ Pickett, AJ Pickett is a monster ecologist in and of himself, and I love him for it. I love that. I'm trying to do the same now to reference to older editions. Yes, AJ Pickett, he's an amazing person. What he does is that he basically does all the research for you. So let's say that we're talking about, look, Oceanus Dragon. Didn't I just talk about the Oceanus Dragon inside of the Draconomicon? What he does is that he looks for every single reference of that monster, and he will list it for you. He'll say you will find stuff on Oceanus Dragon from this specific publication, from this specific magazine, and then you can go and look for it, and you could find exactly where he's talking about. I had studied stuff extensively only because of this man, and this New Zealander is fucking awesome. I love his content. I recommend him a lot. AJ Pickett, if you're watching this, I love you. I do. You're awesome. I think that you're great. What you do is phenomenal, because it's because of you, AJ Pickett, that I was able to get to stuff like this and this, because he made it known to me, and I was like, I didn't know what I didn't know, and because of him, I'm now able to teach you guys, like, hey, resources of what you can do, what you can look at in order to make your games better. But he had a specific video that I loved that was about aboleths, and I had, because of that, went out and sought the magazines, and I learned so much more because of him. And I even bought books like these, which these are second edition books. The Complete Psionics Handbook, second edition. It's nothing but an entire book about psionics, and so it'll talk about the different psionic creatures, the different sort of ways that they have devotions, the different attack modifiers, different proficiencies that they have, different monsters. It's all about psionics. I also got a book that's about elves, that goes about the different types of elves that there are. I mean, it's very old, second edition-y, so it's very black and white, right? So you can see that. Love it. There's a lot of these. This is a whole series. There's a lot of different complete books of, whatever, that are out there. So if you're gonna run a campaign that features a monster or a creature, look up lore on them, because you never know what you might run into. You might end up completely altering your story and making it 100 times better just because you learned a little fact about something. Just let your imagination run wild. So, so that's something to look at. And I will put a link to AJ Pickett here so you guys can look at it much more quickly. If you want to give him a follow and look at his stuff, definitely recommend 10 out of 10. Now, monster ecology is something that is going to take you months, years in order to get. And so if you're not doing it now, do it every single time that you are starting a campaign, every single time that you're adding a plot line, every single time that you're going to add a monster that you don't know much about. Do some research. It's only going to make your games that much better. If you've never used the beholder before and you're going to introduce a beholder, go look up stuff about beholders. It's only, if you look up AJ Pickett and you say AJ Pickett beholders, you'll learn so much about beholders. Like, I didn't know that the way that a beholder is born is that they dream about another beholder, and the beholder is made because they were dreamt about, and beholders only exist in the exact form that they were dreamt to be, which was very interesting. But it's only in finding out information like that by looking for it that you're going to know it. And so start putting in the work now, going forward, to look up stuff about the monsters that you are using and playing, so that you know how they're going to act, you know how they are psychologically, socially, societally, you know how they're going to be used, you know how ways they can be altered in order to make your games awesome. It's just a missed opportunity, and you know what? It's a gold mine. It's almost stupid to not use the information because it's just so easily available to you. And if you're not leveraging that, then it's something so easy to do that so many dungeon masters are not doing, which is surprising to think that it just takes a little bit of work to be that much better than everyone else. So do it. If you want to be a great dungeon master, then definitely put in a little work that people are not willing to do, which is just reading a small textbook. A lot of people are not willing to do that. So if you want to be awesome, do it. And making character webs to connect the player characters together to the latter plot of rhyme and approximating. Good, that's awesome. Yeah, so if you guys want to make your games a million times better than other people, or if you just want to be a million times better yourselves, put in the work. No one will do it for you, and you'll have to do it yourself. So there you go. Which is the whole reason why we're here, to learn, right? But the only way to learn is for you to want to seek out that information yourself. And I really do wish you guys good luck in finding this information and making your games 100% better. And my role here is to be the middleman to show you what is possible. So that is it for Monster Ecology. I'm not going to go over Monster Ecology specifically myself, because there's literally thousands and thousands of things that I could possibly talk about. Rather, I'm just going to show you the resources where you can go. AJ Pickett, there are books you can go and buy. There are things you can go and look up for magazines. Go and look them up. I promise you're not going to be disappointed. All right, let's see. What else do I have to talk about? So I talked about Monster Ecology. I talked about 5e, a rule study. Okay. Let's talk about other rules. So 4th edition, like I said before, is a rule system that I definitely recommend that people look up. I definitely recommend that you go through and read through the various editions that have existed before. Why? Because you can add those things to your games. You can make mechanics that have existed before because other people have play tested and done the work in order for those things to exist for those systems. Also, if you have something like a lich, you can have a lich use older rules of spellcasting, which is really cool, but it only works if you know what those rules are, right? So for example, for myself, I have in my hands the original original rulebook, second edition rulebook, bam. So use it. Use the information that's available to you. You use it well, and definitely be a master of dungeon mastering by knowing how to dungeon master across various editions. Even if you're not going to use that edition yourself, at least then you have something that you can draw from as a form of inspiration or on the ball, like improvisation you could drop in the middle of your games and just be that much more prepared for the unknown. Boom. Okay. Oh, here's another one. Also looking at other systems. For example, Dungeon Crawl Classics. That is a really fucking thick book. This is a great system to look at as well. It uses a D30 instead of a D20 for its system. It's a very loved system. I definitely like it a lot too. I also have a bunch of Pathfinder books, as you can see up here, which I'm not going to pull off the shelf, but they are there. And so Dungeon Crawl Classics uses a funnel for character creation. Might be something to look at if you want an alternative way of making characters. I'm getting my books all sorts of ready here. There we go. So, all right. So, what is there to talk about next? All right. With Monster Ecology to the side, I'm going to go over a bit of history here. All right. Ooh. Now, this next part actually requires me to do a lot less talking, fortunately. So what I'm going to do instead is there are a series of videos that I want to share with you all. I think it's extremely important going forward that if you're going to be a dungeon master, if you're going to be a dungeon master, especially doing it professionally, that you know where D&D had started from, where TTRPGs had started, that you are aware of the nuances of history that have come up to this point, and that you are, especially if you're going to do this as a very serious professional, or if you're wanting to like leverage being an extremely good dungeon master, that you know what has already happened up to this point, starting from 1974, even before then. So here's a couple of books that I will reference to kind of show you guys here. Let me see if I can broaden my view so you guys can see this a bit better. It's gonna look a little scuffy because I'm gonna literally make my screen smaller. So excuse the scuff while I make it more viewable for you. Here we go. Bam. I think about there is fine. You don't need to see that. All right. I know it's not going to fit the screen. I'm just making it more viewable for you so you can see the whole screen. So playing at the world. So D&D, before it was played the way that it is, it used to be kind of like chess. I mean, I guess an alternate form of chess. It was wars. It was a game of war, having two different warring sides that would battle against each other. I think that is also what led to the creation of Warhammer as well, where you have like different sides that are battling against each other. But before D&D, it used to be a war game, having warring sides going against each other. And so this is a good book if you want to look at that sort of history, at the origin of role-playing games and how it kind of predated up to this point, even before 1974. Really great book, really great author. The Elusive Shift is also how specifically how D&D had gotten up to the point of it being created in the 1970s. And so it's a great history book. So you can see that shift of how it went from the war games to D&D in the 1970s. And this is a really good book. 100% recommended. It is The Elusive Ship by John Peterson. Just as well, this other book is also by John Peterson. Great author. He really knows a lot about the history of this stuff. Of Dice and Men and the people who play it. So this is a little bit more into the 1980s. It also kind of goes into the early 2000s a bit more, kind of talking about the D&D and how it's progressed up to the point where it was in 2014, I believe is where it leaves off. Yep, because it was published in 2014. Really great book. I actually have read this one. Phenomenal. It really does talk about the story of the Dungeons and Dragons and really goes over a lot of depth. So I'm not going to go over much more of it beyond that. But if you're wanting to learn more about the history of things and how things went up to now, even the controversial parts, look at it. All right. So D&D didn't always used to be a great didn't used to always be very favorable. In fact, there was a time period, and I think a lot of us have heard that there used to be a time where people hated D&D and saw it as a form of Satanism. So I found this video by New York Times, which we'll watch together, that goes over the satanic panic that happened in the 1980s and basically how it is that D&D kind of became more obscure and how there was this long period of silence up until 2014 when the number 5th edition came out. So hopefully this will work for audio. Let me just make sure that is actually, you know what? I don't have an audio for my web browser. Let me just add that real quick so you guys can hear what's going on. Let's see. Internet. Let me add it real quick. There we go. And I'm just gonna include some filters so that way I don't blow your ears out as we're watching this together. Limiter, yes, if you want a limiter, -15. Go. Okay, so I'm gonna press play. We can watch it together. It's 13 minutes long. It's Dungeons and Dragons Satanic Panic Retro Report by the New York Times.
It began as a cult phenomenon, then it caught on. Now a new game is sweeping the country.
You will burn forever and ever in eternal torment. You are no more.
The role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons debuted in 1974. It became a hit with many adolescents, but critics claimed it was an invitation to devil worship.
The witchcraft, the demonism, the spells.
And worse.
It is not fun and games.
The media set off a satanic panic.
A lot of adults who think it's been connected to a number of suicides and murders.
That connection has been largely debunked.
It's nothing but a witch hunt.
And the game has generated an unexpected legacy.
This was a revolution.
On a summer day in August 1979, the family of a missing teenager called a Texas investigator named William Deere with some startling information.
Dallas Egbert had disappeared from Michigan State University during the summer session.
James Dallas Egbert III was a 16-year-old sophomore, and his family hired Deere to help find him.
He was a computer nerd, and he had a large amount of hair and carried his little briefcase. I wasn't sure that I was being told exactly what precipitated his disappearance. So I said, well, I guess the best thing we can do is I'll go to Michigan State University and I'll find out for myself exactly what was going on.
What he found when he went to Egbert's dorm room was a shelf of neatly stacked books and something else.
There was a cork board with a series of tacks.
In what might look like a random pattern of thumbtacks, the investigator saw what he thought could be a clue. The shape resembled a building that was part of a network of underground campus steam tunnels, which students told him they sometimes explored.
We set out with maps, and we started going into the tunnels one morning with press everywhere. I entered with the idea that I did not know what I was getting into.
But he had a hunch that it had something to do with a game that was growing in popularity.
This is a quest in a fantasy world of castles and dungeons, monsters and dragons. This world has become real to these people. It's all part of a game called Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons, also known as D&D, was created by the late Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson in the early 1970s. It was born out of their love for military war games, and they devised scenarios with made-up characters that incorporated their interest in history and fantasy fiction. Gygax said it provided an escape.
All of us at times feel a little inadequate in dealing with the modern world. It would feel much better if we knew that we were a superhero or a mighty wizard.
The game is played in a group, and the guide, or dungeon master,
You enter a very small room.
talks the players through the fictional, sometimes violent adventures they will go on.
And each has an elaborate scoring sheet for his character, with points for wisdom and strength and the like. A throw of these special dice decide the outcome of battles in an intricate scoring system. Nothing is acted out. The real action is in the mind.
Now you guys are entering the castle.
But some, including Deer, worried that while the action was imaginary, some kids might take it too far.
You're leaving the world of reality into the world of fantasy. It advocated murder, decapitation. And I'm going, this isn't a healthy game. How can it be a healthy game?
That game, and Deer's hunch that Egbert was playing it in the tunnels, made great fodder for headlines, but it was a dead end, and Deer went back to Texas empty-handed.
It wasn't within a day or two that the phone call came in. And I was told where I could find him, that he was still alive. So we flew out, and I'm trying to remember his exact words, but he couldn't really say a lot. And I left it like that.
Egbert was a complicated teenager whose disappearance was never fully explained and who later committed suicide.
There was speculation he was the victim of a campus game called Dungeons and Dragons, but after a month-long nationwide search, he was found unharmed.
Deer fed into the growing suspicions about D&D in a book that pointed to the game as a culprit in Egbert's disappearance. But Tim Kask, who helped develop D&D with Gary Gygax, says Deer was just hyping the story for personal gain.
He was a publicity hound, and he knew that he could hang it on D&D and gather a lot of media frenzy, and he did. Dallas Egbert is a tragic story. Brilliant young man, sent off to university at 15. It had nothing to do with D&D in the steam tunnels.
Still, that attention set off an unexpected chain of events.
Our stock took off, literally. We sold thousands of more copies within 90 days of all that stuff happening, and we were up in print runs. That's when we took off.
Sales nearly quadrupled the year after Egbert disappeared. As the cult game was going mainstream, Dungeons and Dragons generated interest in two conflicting groups, people who wanted to buy it and those who wanted to ban it. And televangelists took on a new crusade.
They are kids like yours, like the ones in your neighborhood. Kids who are turning to darkness because society has shut God out.
Conservative fundamentalist Christian group would see a game that involved satanic figures, evil figures. That would be a source of concern.
Dungeons and Dragons has been called the most effective introduction to the occult in the history of man. It is a fantasy role-playing game that teaches demonology, witchcraft.
Gygax, a religious man himself, was put on the defensive. The company hired psychologist Dr. Joyce Brothers to fend off criticism.
There is good and evil in life, and the way Dungeons and Dragons is set up is that good triumphs over evil.
Tim Kask says that in private, he and Gygax couldn't believe the game was being linked to devil worship.
Without sounding disrespectful at all, we laughed our butts off most of the time. Because it was like, are you kidding me? You really think we're teaching your children demonology?
But the controversy grew after the news media reported that a string of teen murders and suicides had one thing in common. The killers or victims were D&D players.
Mary Towie was killed by two friends, Ron Adcox and Darren Molitor. The crucial point is, can a game create psychosis, or is someone like Darren Molitor an accident waiting to happen, with or without the game?
If you found 12 kids in murder-suicide with one connecting factor in each of them, wouldn't you question it? And that's all people would do.
I would certainly do it in a scientific manner, and this is as unscientific as you can get. It's nothing but a witch hunt.
But many grieving parents believed there was a connection. Pat Pulling's teenage son committed suicide, and she spoke publicly, claiming that his game playing contributed to his death.
These children not only begin to have violent dreams or violent thoughts or negative, depressing type things, they become very much a part of this character.
Young people commit suicide for a whole variety of reasons. In my research, I saw nothing that led anyone towards depression or suicide.
Northwestern University professor of sociology, Gary Allen Fine, wrote a book called Shared Fantasy and studied the D&D subculture.
They were the kind of kids and young people who didn't go to dances or date on the weekends. It was part of a nerd culture, I guess you would say.
I can still throw death spells, huh, Steve?
The D&D culture intrigued filmmakers and fiction writers. Rona Jaffe's book, Mazes and Monsters, was loosely based on what people thought had happened to Dallas Egbert. It was made into a movie starring a young Tom Hanks.
Let the journey begin. Well, which way do we go?
They went down the storm tunnels and got to play D&D in the tunnels. We had to like sit around a table. Like how awesome would it have been if it turned out that D&D was like what they did?
Cory Doctorow is a writer and activist who early on was profiled as an avid D&D player in this story from 1985.
The moral panic was mostly laughable. The idea that there were people who were fundamentalist Christians for whom Dungeons and Dragons represented some kind of existential threat to my soul was silly. You could go around and have really satisfying arguments with like profoundly ignorant grown-ups.
Over time, the Dungeons and Dragons controversy lost steam. And today, the common thread between D&D players is less likely to include any reported links to violence, and more likely to involve Emmy Awards and literary prizes. Stephen Colbert and writers Ta-Nehisi Coates and Juno Diaz are among the millions of smart, bookish kids who played D&D and shrugged off any sense of panic.
People were bananas. My mom moral panicked. She was way more worried about us getting shanked, or getting caught up in some nonsense.
It was a lot of fun. It also provided them a variety of other skills, leadership skills, negotiation skills.
We helped each other without even knowing it, man. I learned an enormous amount about what it meant to be courageous and what it meant to be passionate and the kind of hard moral choices that one needs to make in real life in this kind of fake, sort of imagined plane of action.
And for Diaz, as a young immigrant from the Dominican Republic, the game had special meaning.
This was a revolution. Being a bunch of kids of color in a society that tells us that we're nothing, being permitted under our own power to be heroic, to have agency, to do the hero stuff, to take and be on adventures. There was nothing like it for us. It was very, 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 very impactful.
While some parents used to worry about what kids were playing, now they're more likely to be worried about how they're playing.
Cell phones and social media have revolutionized the way we live, but how has plugging in changed the way your kids are growing up?
Through the 20th century, you have this tension between free play and controlled media. I mean, that we were concerned about what sitting in darkened movie theaters would do to our children. Just wait 30 years and they will be worried about what their children are doing. And it will no doubt be something different than sexting and bullying as we know it today. This is not a new phenomenon. It just changes with each new technology.
The American Academy of Pediatrics says that in this media-saturated age, it's important for kids to use their imaginations in free play. And in a twist, the role-playing games that set off a moral panic in the past may look more like a solution than a problem to today's parents.
It's a great thing to dream yourself in other places, and it helps understand who you are. It's just nice to spend a lot of time thinking, imagining, in a group, collaborating. Imagination is a good thing, man. Very powerful.
Oh, you can't hear me now. You can hear me. Hello. So what I was saying is yeah, the Satanic Panic was crazy. I remember that I was like 5 or 6 years old when I heard about Dungeons and Dragons, and I remember seeing it on TV. And I thought it was I thought that it's something you just get at the store. So I asked my parents, like, hey, let's go to the store. I would love this game. And so we went to the store. I think it was like Toys R Us. Of course, they didn't have it at Toys R Us, but I didn't know. So I thought, okay, it must be just be one of those things that you just see on TV, but it's not true. And then 2014, whenever the book came out, I was like, oh, it's real. And then, you know, now here I am, right? So 11 years later. Crazy to think that it's been already that long. So I want to, I mean, I probably could see this video that talks about the history of D&D modern day. I think that most of us have probably lived it already kind of going into this, but since it's such a long video, should we just watch it together anyways? Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and watch this. So it's about defeat your demons and with Dungeons and Dragons. It's a fandom uncovered. It talks a lot about the stuff modern day with like Critical Role. It talks about things in a more modern perspective of where things are at right now, and definitely on a more positive note without all of the like negative. At least as far as I know, it doesn't really talk about things like Hasbro or 1D&D or things that are going on modern day with like Pinkertons and so on. But we can definitely give this a look through, and let's go. Boom.
All over the world, people are leaving their daily lives behind to enter a realm of fantasy. And one weekend in LA, I found myself in an event that brings that fantasy into reality.
My name is Clax Earther.
Lanya Umbara. I am Penelope Halfthing.
Omen Drawn.
Alistair Goldfang.
I am a gnome.
Half-elf, cavalier, red draconic sorcerer,
Half-orc, rogue assassin.
Wings are a little hidden right now.
The longest campaign I've ever done was 3 years.
An 8-year campaign.
I've been playing the same cleric for about 30 years now. Level 15.
I've had a weekly game for the last 20 years.
I run 3 games a week.
I am a dragon slayer.
Vine speaker.
The once and future ruler of this town.
But whether they're elves, wizards, demons, or paladins, the one thing that drew them all here was their passion for a game.
My name's Luke Gygax, and my father created Dungeons & Dragons.
Yes.
He made games because he loved to play them, and all of his friends were gamers, and so primarily what they want to do is sit down and play games with each other and enjoy the social aspect of interacting with one another.
In the early 1970s, Gygax worked with his creative partner Dave Arneson to create the first ever version of Dungeons & Dragons. When you were growing up, were you almost kind of like, without even knowing it, beta testing games with your dad? Did he play?
Yes. Yeah, all the time. That's absolutely what we did. So I play tested new rules for the barbarian class, test new magic items out. People would come over and play, and they were game designers and stuff who worked with my dad, with a weird mix of neighborhood kids too.
Gygax, to me, when I was a kid, was a mystical figure. The idea that there was somebody out there who had the genius to put this game together.
It was a revolutionary game. It was a new style of game. It wasn't linear. There was no set beginning and end point.
D&D was really the granddaddy of them all. It was the very first role-playing game.
What is it about Dungeons & Dragons that makes it different than other games?
That's a few things. It's a series of rules that create an engine that allows anybody to tell a story.
It's essentially just a giant long-form improv game. The agency is completely your own.
And it was an outlet for all of that creative energy. And when I got a chance, I can make a character, I can tell their story, that was the hook. I can give this world life.
We're in this room right now, and imagine you hear a loud crashing boom from right over there. What would you like to do?
I want to go investigate.
You're in, now we're playing.
There are rules to learn, but it's very easy to learn as you go, and that's the best way.
In order to learn those rules, I rolled some dice with the cast of Heroes of the Veil, a group of D&D live streamers. I have my character.
Yes.
I got my dice. I got my D20. We're going to find out the rest of it along the way.
Also friends.
And I got some friends. I have some new friends here, which I'm very excited about. Each player creates a character with special abilities. I was a gnome sorcerer who could cast spells. I hide behind the tree, and I ready a fireball, and then I say, am I breaking the rules?
No, you're not breaking the rules. If any rules get broken, it's gonna be me.
Then there's the Dungeon Master, or DM. The DM narrates the story, describing the world and playing the people in it.
You are all outside of a large stone tower.
When a player wants to do something, they roll the dice.
Everyone roll 1d20 and we will figure out who acts first.
And that determines whether they succeed or fail, based on the rules of the D&D books. Okay.
All right, do some math.
Doing this, the DM and the players create a story together.
And I'm still getting over the fact that you tried to kill us the last time you saw us.
I'm trying to get over it myself.
Remember that an elf let you have mercy this day.
I just quickly jump on the one that he gave mercy and stab him in the eye.
And that is our episode of Heroes of the Veil, everyone. You did fantastic. That was, oh my God, do you just want to be on the show?
I was learning firsthand why people love the experience of playing this game. I honestly thought it would be inaccessible. Will I use the wrong dice? Will people be mean to me? But it was just instantly fun and not unlike the games of imagination that I did play as a kid. No one I knew growing up played Dungeons & Dragons, so all I had to go on was the game's dated reputation. When you were a kid playing D&D, was it cool?
No. Oh, God, no. It was definitely nerdy.
I finished playing when I was a kid, like most people, like, you know, teenage years, like, oh, I don't want to be weird. And so you stop playing.
It was just this thing that we did, and I didn't know it was weird.
It was all kind of enmeshed in the whole geek thing. Like, it was video games, it was comic books, it was, you know, cartoons.
For most of my life, I was like, oh, they're just, you know, niche nerds sitting in basements rolling dice.
Geeks have always had sort of places that they could go to and do this stuff. Generally, you know, it was, you know, not always in the public eye.
I remember one time we were playing in my friend's basement, and we ordered a pizza. When the pizza guy came, we actually covered up our map because we didn't even want the pizza guy to know that we were playing D&D.
You know, I was the son of the guy who made the game. It was still something that was kind of closeted. You know, in the 80s, you didn't really admit, like, oh yeah, I played Dungeons & Dragons. You know, if you want to go on a date with a girl, go to the prom or something, you probably didn't advertise that you were playing Dungeons & Dragons.
Nobody really made fun of me playing it without getting punched.
Sure.
So,
Did you always feel welcome to play D&D as a kid?
No, absolutely not, because I was going to hell.
Dungeons & Dragons. Some claim it's a simple, harmless game. Yet suicides, murders, and robberies have been linked to this game.
This very serious newsman is describing the satanic panic surrounding D&D.
It started in the 80s, and you had several different groups that started emerging that were very concerned about the content of the game.
There are those who are fearful that the game in the hands of vulnerable kids could do harm, and there is evidence that seems to support that view.
People were seeing, and this person committed suicide or this person killed someone. So looking for the reasoning behind that, looking for why those things would happen, they turned to this pastime that these people shared.
It's the rock music, comic books, D&D, the scapegoat at the time for whatever people wanted to have something to blame all of society's ills on.
Well, it was in news reports, it was religious leaders.
Yes, the typical response was, well, hey, it involves devils, it involves demons, it involves magic, and so it's part of the occult.
I told my mom about this amazing game that I had played, and I got in trouble.
You did?
Huge trouble.
What did she say?
She said that I was engaging in Satanism.
I was going to a school for a religion degree, and I started trying to buy this game. We had to keep it a little secret because, you know, some of the conservative organized religion in the region had some pretty major problems with playing the game at that point.
They'd been talking about it in church, and they took my books, including my Deities and Demigods original edition, and they burnt them.
They actually burnt them?
They burnt them at a stupid church thing, and I was like, come on, you guys, seriously?
It's kind of ridiculous looking back on it, but people really believed that, oh yeah, I'm gonna play this game and then I'm going to summon something.
The parents saw their child summon Dungeons & Dragons demons into his room before he killed himself.
Ultimately, the defense was Gary Gygax simply saying that people are pretending.
This is make-believe, and nobody's murdered, and there's no violence there.
There was a movie made, Mazes and Monsters, with Tom Hanks.
Your fate is in my hands. Thus warned, shall ye enter?
Aye.
Mazes and Monsters was a TV movie starring Tom Hanks that was there to warn parents about the dangers of Dungeons and Dragons and how it was all going to lead us into devil worship and suicide.
Mazes and Monsters is a far-out game. Swords, poison, spells, battles, maiming, killing.
Hey, it's all imagination.
Is it?
It showed somebody playing D&D, and then he went kind of nuts, and then he went down in the sewers and went bananas.
I have spells. I'm going to fly.
You don't have enough points. I am the maze controller, and I have absolute authority in this game. Game? Game.
JJ, what am I doing here? Why can't I remember?
I wonder, would a real-life RPG application be cool?
Oh no, the ads. Hold on. There we go.
There was this almost like forbidden fruit feel that did allow for teenagers of the time to rebel just a little bit. It did actually impact sales fairly positively. Yeah,
right?
it did.
But even a satanic rebellion-fueled sales boost can't last forever, and the game's popularity waned for a time.
It was a game that meant so much to me growing up, and watching it kind of die off through the 2000s, game stores that I used to love and grew up around closing left and right, and it was just kind of this sad realization that I felt like it might have been a hobby that was dying off.
Well, it's certainly in a resurgence now. It's in a boom, right, as you very well know.
I mean, there are a lot of factors that brought it back to the forefront.
Those factors include the game's more accessible 5th edition, the rise of geek culture in general, and live streaming.
It's wild to see this resurgence, see this happen, because some of us were like, I remember when this was the thing you just kind of did with your friends in the basement, and now it's this, which is insane.
I mean, the thing that the internet has done is sort of broken down these stigmas and these ideas. You know, you've got these heroes like, Joe, you've got Matt Mercer, and all of the geek chic that's come into play right now is just destroying these preconceived notions of what it is to be a geek.
This idea that if you look a certain way, well, you can't possibly be into Dungeons & Dragons. I put together a game last year for guys who could deadlift over 400 pounds. The biggest fantasy nerds on the planet who, for some reason, people think, that guy plays Dungeons & Dragons, and so, well, why not?
This version of D&D is the easiest to learn.
You just grab a piece of paper and sit down with a couple of friends, hopefully that already know how to play, or you can just open up the book and figure it out yourself and play.
And now with streams and podcasts, you can actually, before you play, see it.
There were so many people who were already live streaming video games. It had become so popular and normal I'm gonna watch someone play a game.
I watch Rivals of Waterdeep, Tales from the Mist, D20 Dames.
With the live streaming, it's really important that people see that there's so many different kinds of people that play.
Back in 2008, 2009, we just recorded ourselves playing Dungeons and Dragons. We'd put that podcast out. Back then, we didn't really have a way of finding out like how many people were listening to it or the extent to which even people enjoyed it. And it wasn't until a few years later that we decided to try to play the game live. All the seats were taken and there were just people standing at the back. That was a lot to take because it meant that this community had sort of grown up and like built up like out of my awareness. Like it was really meaningful to them and I didn't even know.
At one point, I went on stage to play D&D with Hack Inc. I'm like, I'm on stage, and there's like 4,000 people here, and they are loving this. And I'm cool now? They're cheering for me, rolling dice.
All right, calm down.
I am the best, is what I realized in that moment.
And then you have like Critical Role.
Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons & Dragons.
Critical Role and their fans, known as Critters, have become a massive voice in the games community.
When we first started the show, we thought the concept of people watching other people sit around and play D&D for 4+ hours at a time would never work. We made an appearance at New York Comic Con about a year into the show. So many people were crowded in trying to watch this panel, and we ended up doing a signing off-site. The line of people wrapped around the block, and that was the moment that we were like, wait, how many people are watching this?
Marisha Ray!
It seemed like a no-brainer
to take what we did around the table and turn it into some sort of animated project. The Kickstarter was to raise money needed to get off the ground, and so we sort of set our expectations at a modest level.
Fund a fully animated half-hour special starring the original characters from our first campaign.
And our budget, $750,000, is way more than any media company wanted to take a chance on.
We definitely didn't appreciate how far it could go.
Are you a Critical Role fan?
Oh, yes. I supported their Kickstarter.
Did you support the Critical Role Kickstarter?
I did.
Absolutely.
Yes, I did.
The Kickstarter was really the thing that went like... That first morning, we clicked open the browser, I think, 6 minutes before it was supposed to start. And there were already like a few $1,000s in the thing. We were like, uh-oh, it's broken. The number just kind of kept climbing, and we were just staring at it. And I was like, we have to leave. We have to go to work. And she's like, I can't leave. We quickly realized that we had grossly underestimated the excitement and the passion of the critters.
No matter what you donated or what level you at, you felt like you needed to be a part of something that special.
I don't think in their wildest dreams they thought they would raise $11 million.
There isn't a step of my life that one of the major facets of all decision making is thinking of all the people that have gotten us here and have come with us in this journey, and making sure that we do everything to honor, you know, that goodwill and that community that built this.
Critical Role might be on the front lines, but D&D diehards have been influencing Hollywood for years. You'd be surprised by how many of the people who make the things that you love were shaped by D&D.
My whole generation was influenced by this game. And I think a lot of people out there are finally starting to realize that those weirdo kids that they looked at funny in high school, like we're all working in entertainment.
There are so many writers and directors and actors and producers working today who credit, you know, playing this game in the 80s and the 90s for like teaching them the ins and outs of storytelling.
Dan Weiss, who co-created Game of Thrones, he plays in my home game now. Brad Payton, who directed Rampage, The Big Show from WWE Wrestling, Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine, James Gunn, he created the Guardians franchise. They're all coming over to play at my house.
Guardians of the Galaxy is a D&D party. There are different classes of different people thrown together in a situation, and they bumble through it. I'm like, that is a D&D party.
You want to know a fun thing? The creation of the iconic adventuring party, the 4-member adventuring party, based on the Golden Girls.
What?
Get out of here.
It's my favorite thing I've ever heard.
What are you eating?
No, they're the perfect D&D party.
What are the classes of each one?
Fighter, wizard, cleric, thief. That's the Golden Girls.
5 years from now, I want a Golden Girls animated D&D series follow-up. If we can get the rights, we can talk about that, Travis. I'd be down.
Man.
As D&D evolves and grows, and like it's in this crazy boom right now, how have you seen the community react? Are they being more welcoming? Are there any gatekeepers?
Yes, there will always be gatekeepers. People who are trying to control the purity of the game or whatever.
There definitely was a culture of this was my safe space when I was trying to get away from those people. And now those people are in my safe space.
Whenever I would mention I played, people would say, well, you don't look like someone who plays D&D. I had to lead with, I've been playing for this many years, I've been DMing for this many years, I started the 2nd edition, I had to prove my credibility before people would take me seriously. And you shouldn't have to have that.
When I started the job, it was a very public situation. I saw plenty of comments about I was hired because I was a woman and they're trying to do this whole diversity thing, and you know, and that makes you feel like crap. Obviously, like, oh, well, I guess they hired me because I'm a girl. But it's honestly, I've gotten none of that. Since I started cranking out products and since I started becoming, like, I'm actually working, I'm doing these things, and the things that I'm making are good, like, I've heard nothing, not a peep.
All these women came to me and said, thank you for running this because I was really shy. I wanted to play my whole life. Either my brother played or my boyfriend played, and they either let me play and then killed my character, or they just straight out wouldn't let me play.
There's a lot of assumptions that, you know, if you're a woman, person of color, queer for some reason, they think you haven't been around, and that, oh, this resurgence, this renaissance is what brought you, so you're not really a fan of it, you're not really a player. I just said, you know what, we've always been here, we're not gonna leave, you can be mad about it. But there's room at the table for literally everyone.
Growing up with D&D and as a gay person, like those two spheres have always kind of been separate, but this resurgence there's this whole community of queer people who are the stalwart guardians of D&D now, and they're checking gatekeepers, and they're saying, don't tell a person that they can't play. We want to include everybody.
Do you think about that as you're designing, that this opening up the world to how it can be more inclusive, how it can be used in these ways?
We are constantly mindful of, are we showing a broad enough spectrum of humanity? Sometimes we discover from our players, oh, we could do a bit better.
I mean, even a couple years ago, there was a supplement that came out that had some fairly tone-deaf representation in it. I mean, it wasn't offensive. It was just a very colonial perspective. And they were very responsive. They're very responsive to the community.
Our fans tell us when they love it. They tell us when we could improve. And then because it's an evolving game, we have chances to just make the game better and better and better.
It was all about being included and being liked and being, finding people who like the same thing as you. So why would you not accept somebody who likes the same thing as you just because they're different?
Since I'm newer to the game as well, I thought for sure, oh, well, if I haven't already been playing for 30 years,
right,
I'm not allowed to play. And then through Nathan and Joe and some people that I knew that were in it, they kind of coaxed me in slowly, and I realized that I was completely wrong in my preconceived notion about that. And maybe I would have been 10 years ago. But for right now, it has been nothing but welcoming.
It's not surprising that people are drawn to this game. What may be surprising is that for many, it's become a therapeutic tool, teaching social skills to children, helping people in prisons, and even serving as an escape for people in the military.
I do a lot of USO tours, so I travel all over the world saying thank you to the men and women protecting our country. And I've been in multiple deployments where, because people now know I'm part of the community, come up to me like, dude, we're running this campaign in the middle of a war zone, or you're protecting our country, and there are days that it's down, you don't go to a movie, you're forward deployed, so it's awesome.
With Dungeons & Dragons, it's everyone together, and we're all working together for a common goal.
Sure, you're playing a character, but when people discuss their characters around the table, they don't say, do you remember when our group of characters went and did this? They say, hey, do you remember when we did this?
D&D and other role-playing games allow people to create characters that are more like who they want to be, and as such, kind of learn what steps they can take to go that direction. Create someone entirely different from who they are, and learn empathy and connection.
There's that old idiom that you can't understand somebody until you walk a mile in their shoes. Putting yourself in a different mindset other than your own, it can really open up empathy and understanding.
I actually run a game at home for my son and a bunch of his friends, and my son is on the spectrum. And it became pretty clear to me after a few games that he was very, very engaged with it. It definitely seemed to have something like a therapeutic payload. And so then when some friends of ours, the Adams from Game to Grow, they're therapists, they put together a Kickstarter.
Critical Core is specifically a version of a role-playing game designed for children with autism. It's a whole curriculum as part of an adventuring storyline, and with expandable aspects of it. It's really, really cool what they're doing with it.
Is there anything you think about the mechanics of the game itself?
I think that it's that getting into the practice of sharing the space and sort of passing the microphone back and forth and making sure that the spotlight is on one person at a time is actually very, very good training for conversation.
In one of my homebrew groups, we have a teenager who's on the autistic spectrum. He gets told no so much in his life that he's doing things wrong or that he needs to settle down or be less. And we all get told some of that to some extent, but I think it's all he hears. To see him get so excited when he would have these wild ideas, but then get told yes, it really was eye-opening to see that.
There are kids that are stuck in the hospital for months at a time, and so I went and I ran an adventure for Pittsburgh Children's Hospital. It's amazing watching the kids jump out of themselves and into another character. They got to leave their own troubles and bodies behind. I think it's an incredible tool in that way.
I've seen it help friends of mine with PTSD. I've had it help me. I had a very bad experience. I was in a shootout, and it was a fatal shooting, and it was in a very public place, and I couldn't really get out of that situation. And to come home and play D&D with my friends, made it normal. When you have something really traumatic happen to you and you can just not be you for 2 to 4 hours, that's like hitting a reset button. Because D&D had nothing to do with this horrible thing that happened, that I had no control over, but I have control over this game and playing with my friends. I do feel like D&D can give so much to so many people, and I think it's a very healthy thing because it's a very safe place.
I feel so passionately about Dungeons and Dragons because it healed me. I went through some really intense childhood trauma. I'll be very specific. So my father molested me from 8 until 17. And so I was making a character who was strong and confident, and I would defeat the monsters, and really I was trying to defeat him. I couldn't get out of it, but it gave me the willpower to, like, you know, try to protect my brother and sister and to protect my friends, and gave me that, like, hero complex on the inside, and that little seed grew and made me become the woman I am today. It's about creating new memories and doing it so often that it overtakes all the bad memories. So it's literally creating good memories will heal you from all the bad memories. The D&D, the happiness, the camaraderie, the cooperation is more powerful than fear.
The response was overwhelming, and a lot of people that we talked to, seeing them through some very dark times. There is one in particular I'd like to show you if you're open to it. A young man. Yeah, he had a message for you.
Oh,
And yeah.
Before I got back into D&D, I've had a terrible past time. Like, everybody kept downgrading me, kept telling me I was worthless, useless. I didn't know where to go with my life, and I thought to myself I was just gonna end it all. But my best friend and good bro of mine, he recommended that I go see Critical Role and see what they do. It started making sense and made me happy, and started making me think about what I can do. Instead of saying I can't, it says, how can I change my life? And because of that, I'm here today. I'm enjoying the crap out of myself, and cosplaying is fun, so.
So if you could say something directly, what would you say?
Thank you, Matt, for helping me out through the thick and thin. May your blade be strong, and may your D20s be powerful as ever.
I'm sure you get that. And I don't. Oh.
Sorry.
No, yeah. I can imagine, you know, what that would feel like.
It's a lot. I never expected any of this. None of us did. This game has been a very important part of my getting through my difficult periods as well. And so the idea that other people have found that same connection and it's helped them as well has been really special. I'm just humbled. I think it's a testament to the power of storytelling. And I think it's also a testament to creating spaces without judgment and understanding that everybody is hurting, everybody wants to be happy, everybody's looking for somewhere to belong and looking for other people to tell them that they're loved.
What makes this game so special is that you have 100% of the agency and none of the real-world consequences. You can make yourself a hero, a villain. You can work through your trauma, kill the monster, befriend it, or make it your pet. Or hey, set off a fireball to relieve your work stress. You can live a million lives. And yes, it's imagination. But our minds don't always distinguish between what we imagine and what we live, which may be why this game has actually healed so many.
So there we go. That was a whole video on all the modern aspects of how D&D has got up to modern day, and yeah, I mean it's very impactful seeing how it is now. That was a really well made video. Beautiful video. Yeah. Tearing up. Oh yeah. You were asking about my channel. Yes, here it is. Put it there. There you go. It's got playlists for things that I streamed before, such as like the mini marathons, or if you want to look at my Monday game. There's a lot of stuff in there. But yeah, no, this was that was a very touching video, and also it's very true. There's a lot of good stuff that comes from D&D. So knowing how much of an impact it has on society modern day, or even like how it affects people, I think that is a very important aspect in terms of being a really, really great dungeon master. Also, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. I mean, things like this are things that we should know as DMs, and knowing how different reasons why people play D&D, knowing how it affects different people or different age groups, what it's taken to get up to this point and where it is right now, and this could be relative to, I mean, just about anybody that plays, from any age group, whether it's from Gen Z all the way up to the boomer era. Really, like, this is all related, to everybody for different reasons. Questions: on average, how long does it take to make a campaign? Ooh, depends on what you would consider making it. You technically don't need anything except for like a basic idea. To make an entire adventure like this from beginning to end, probably like a couple of years before it's ready for publication. It's a very nuanced question with a lot of answers. Like homebrew, probably like a couple of years is what I would say is how long it would take to make it from beginning to end. At least maybe 3 to 5 years is what I would say. There was also one more video that I had set aside that I want to show, and it was talking about the history of TSR. So I chose this video specifically because there is a lot that goes into the history of D&D. I know that at the beginning I was talking about looking at some books that talk about the time before even D&D was created with the war games, and those are a bunch of books that that are good for like personal reading. And now looking, getting past the video on how it is modern day, D&D wasn't always owned by Wizards of the Coast. It actually used to be owned by Tactical Studio TSR. I forgot what it stands for. TSR Games. It is Tactical. Can't remember what it stands for. TSR stands for. Oh, come on. What does the acronym stand for? Tactical Studies Rules. There we go. Tactical Studies Rules. And that is the beginning of the war games that they kind of went through to make D&D. And so this is a good history lesson to look at for people that are, especially if you're going into professional space, because you're going to see some things that are happening again modern day with Hasbro. And Hasbro owns Wizards of the Coast and ultimately owns D&D. And so you're going to see some parallels between what you're going to see here and the reason why TSR had fallen apart and had ultimately been bought by Hasbro / Wizards of the Coast back in the 1990s. So it's 25 minutes long, and it's called A Brief History of the Legendary Dumpster Fire called TSR. There's a lot of things that went wrong. There's a lot of things that went well. And so this is something that is going to be a bit of a reflection of some things that we're also seeing modern day. But I'll just hit play and we'll let it go where it does.
In 2022, blogger and podcaster Ben Riggs published Slaying the Dragon, one of the most detailed and well-researched histories of D&D and RPG publisher TSR's rise and fall. I've read a few histories of D&D, mostly centered around co-creator Gary Gygax, but I've never read one quite like Slaying the Dragon. Long story short, Ben Riggs tracked down just about every major staffer and artist in TSR's history, starting with its inception in 1979, and details in excruciatingly tragic detail every last major bad decision made by the company, all the way up to its harrowing demise in 1997 when it sold itself off to Wizards of the Coast. As a work of investigative journalism, it's a triumph. As a definitive history of how the D&D intellectual property was handled from 79 to 97, it's indispensable. As a handbook on how not to run a company, it's a must read. There are a lot of reasons why this book is valuable if you're into RPGs, as well as if you're interested in how a business needs to operate in order to have a chance at staying viable. The mistakes made by TSR between Gary Gygax, the Bloom brothers, and then for the majority of TSR's run by Lorraine Williams are pretty astonishing. And there are details about TSR's business arrangements that were never published before Ben Riggs revealed them in this book. In this video, I want to enumerate each of those mistakes that TSR made over the years. Some of these mistakes you'll probably find minor, and others you might find so outrageous that they're nigh on unbelievable in hindsight. I'll be curious to hear your reactions in the comments after you've watched the video, and of course I'll leave a link below to where you can get a copy of Slaying the Dragon, a book that I read in record time because it's an absolute page turner. I actually got to interview Ben Riggs on my newsletter as well, and we went deep into the research for this book and the incredible story of TSR. I'll leave a link below to where you can read that interview as well. Before we jump into the parade of horribles that is the history of TSR, let's quickly recap how its keystone product, Dungeons & Dragons, came about. Dungeons & Dragons was born as a marriage between a personal combat simulator called Chainmail, created by Jeff Perrin and Gary Gygax, and a fantasy domain and personal adventure simulator called Blackmoor by Dave Arneson. Having to self-publish the game, Gary Gygax created a company on October 1st, 1973 and called it Tactical Studies Rules, or TSR. He went into partnership with his buddy Don Kay and a tool maker named Brian Bloom. In the early days, they were filling orders by making box sets by hand in a basement. Any business mistakes they might have made at that time can be excused. If anything, this was a period filled with serendipity and good fortune, as they decided to bring on neurologist J. Eric Holmes to create Dungeons & Dragons Basic Set, a game which essentially is the backbone of most OSR games today. And they also created a version called Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, which attempted to account for all possibilities in the fiction being told at the table. In 1977, they released the first Monster Manual, and in 1978, the Player's Handbook and the Dungeon Master's Guide. That brings us to our first major sin by TSR, stiffing Arneson. TSR plans to pay D&D co-creator Dave Arneson absolutely nothing because allegedly Advanced Dungeons & Dragons was so different from Dungeons & Dragons. Arneson sued TSR and they settled in 1981 on royalties of 2.5% on certain AD&D products, but he ended up suing for royalties again in 1984. Ignoring moms. As the Satanic Panic drove sales through the roof, going from $2.3 million in 1979 to almost $27 million in 1983, the company did not actually do anything to address concerns of parents and Puritans, such as removing Devils and Demons from the game, which hurt the company's distribution. Sears and JCPenney, for example, both dropped D&D, which cost them millions in sales annually. No business experience. Despite the positive coverage of the company by newspapers and magazines in 1982, not a single one of the top 9 managers at the company had previous business experience. They were all former biologists, pharmacists, plumbers, and the like. Confrontational triumvirate. In 1981, the company passed into a three-way leadership between Gary Gygax, original investor Brian Bloom, as well as his brother Kevin Bloom, who did not have any business experience either. The Blooms would outnumber Gygax on major decisions, according to Gygax, and were purging managers loyal to Gary Gygax. No more royalties. The Bloom brothers ended a royalty program that paid out a portion of sales to each employee, which supplemented their relatively small salaries. Overexpansion. Anticipating sales of up to $75 million in 1983, the company expanded to 312 employees, 6 buildings across Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, a warehouse in New Jersey, and a licensing office in New York City. They did not meet those sales goals that year. By 1985, sales were down 79%. The Needlepoint Company. Around this time, the company bought Greenfield Needlewomen, a needlepoint company owned by a cousin of the Bloom brothers, and the purchase was rationalized as they figured they would sell needlepoint kits to tabletop gamers so that gamers could embroider slogans like Dragon Power and Quiet Danger Zone. The kits did not sell. Raising a shipwreck. The company paid to raise a sunken ship off the bottom of Geneva Lake. They ended up keeping the boiler of the ship in one of their offices for a little while, but actually never had plans on what to do with the actual ship if they got it. Amazing Stories. The company purchased the magazine Amazing Stories, which at the time only had 10,000 subscribers. Interactive romance novels. The company launched a line of interactive romance novels called Heart Quest with the hope of capturing the teen market. Layoffs for a loan. On the heels of all this expansion, Kevin Bloom landed a $4 million loan contingent on 4 waves of layoffs that would stretch into 1985. Gygax goes to Hollywood. At some point in this period in the early 80s, leadership at the company all decided that Gary Gygax should move to Los Angeles in order to work up some D&D TV and movie deals. To make a very long story short, he moved into an extravagant mansion with his 2 teenage sons, Ernie and Luke, did a lot of cocaine, and threw tons of wild parties. He did end up landing a D&D cartoon series that ran for a couple years, but got unceremoniously cut short before the final episode could air. And Gygax's business expense account was also cut short one day when...
Sorry, lots of drugs and parties was not something I was expecting to hear. Gary Gygax was a party man. Oh yeah, you exist. Roll initiative. Oh my god. Oh, sorry, that was too funny. Okay, I'm gonna continue on, but some of these are already a bit ridiculous. I'm gonna continue the video.
When it became plainly apparent that he wasn't getting much done down there. Gygax buys a failing company. After returning from Hollywood, Gygax bought up controlling shares in the company, which was reeling in at least $1.5 million in debt, and he didn't know how to fix it. Gygax hires Lorraine Williams. Gygax asked a Hollywood buddy to invest and help run the company, but the buddy deferred and suggested that Gary hire his sister instead, a woman named Lorraine Williams. Pretty much the rest of this video will illustrate how this was a major mistake. Gygax refuses to buy out the Bloom brothers. The Bloom brothers wanted to leave like rats on a sinking ship, and in July of 1985, they offered Gary their shares in the company at $500 a share. Gary refused, and the Blooms turned around and sold those shares to none other than Lorraine Williams, who then became the majority shareholder and master of the company overnight. Gary sues to reverse the sale. Gary Gygax took Williams and the Blooms to court in order to reverse the sale of the shares, but the judge denied his claim, mostly because he had a chance to buy the shares first. He left his own company soon after this. Williams starts a vendetta against Gygax. Over the next several years after Gygax left the company, he tried starting a new RPG publishing company, New Infinities, as well as a new game called Dangerous Dimensions. At every turn, though, Lorraine Williams threatened to sue, or actually did sue, Gygax back into the ground. Lorraine Williams hated gamers. It is mentioned several times in Ben Riggs' book that the head of TSR, the company that essentially created role-playing games and popularized Dungeons & Dragons, loathed gamers. Williams leaned in on Buck Rogers. It turned out that the Williams family owned the rights to Buck Rogers. If you're not familiar, that's a science fiction adventure hero most popular in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, but by who the 1980s was largely seen as a tired IP. But since Williams had the rights, she relentlessly used TSR to pump out Buck Rogers novels, board games, and RPGs, even though they did not sell. If you stick around in this video, Buck Rogers comes up in a hilarious way right at the end of this sordid and depressing list. Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman leave. Weiss and Hickman were a husband and wife writing duo that were working as staff novelists for the company, and they had written the single most successful novels for the company ever, the Dragonlance Chronicles, published in 1984 and 85. Despite massive sales, TSR refused to pay them a competitive rate for their work, and they left the company, signing with Bantam for an order of magnitude more money. Dragon Strike. In an attempt to get 8-year-olds to play D&D, the company made a game called Dragon Strike, which came with a VHS tutorial video that was produced in Hollywood with no script, no oversight, and wasn't even properly budgeted into the cost projections for the game. The video ended up being a boring mess, and Dragon Strike lost a bunch of money. TSR fights DC Comics and loses. DC Comics was licensing TSR products like Forgotten Realms and other D&D stuff, and the comics were selling really well. But TSR decided it would go into competition with D&D and start making its own comics. This is a long and protracted tale that involves several dedicated TSR staff moving to Los Angeles and creating a compelling business plan for comics, but then angering DC Comics, getting sued, and then having to categorize their comics as comic modules, which then caused those comics to be shelved in the wrong part of the bookstores where they were being sold, away from the rest of the comics. And also, obviously, DC canceled every last existing D&D comic book line. perpetual contempt for writers. Despite virtually half of the company's sales coming from novels by 1993, Lorraine Williams dictated that the author's name would never appear on the spine of any of these books. Didn't just become a novel publishing house. Despite having sold 27 million novels by 1993, a medium that was way cheaper to create compared to RPG rulebooks, supplements, and boxes, the company didn't lean in on the sale of novels, either by respecting its writers or by increasing the book department's operations. The lack of respect and pay led to two longtime and critical editors in the book department, Mary Kirchhoff and Jim Lauder, to quit in early 1992. TSR hires Brian Thompson to fill the vacuum left by name would never appear on the spine of any of these books. Didn't just become a novel publishing house. Despite having sold 27 million novels by 1993, a medium that was way cheaper to create compared to RPG rulebooks, supplements, and boxes, the company didn't lean in on the sale of novels, either by respecting its writers or by increasing the book department's operations. The lack of respect and pay led to two longtime and critical editors in the book department, Mary Kirchhoff and Jim Lauder, to quit in early 1992. TSR hires Brian Thompson. To fill the vacuum left by Mary Kirchhoff's departure, TSR hired a New York editor of fiction named Brian Thompson, who, on paper, had very strong credentials, but as it turned out, was extremely tribal and vindictive in his management style, and actually coached management in the book department to treat writers roughly to get the most out of them. He even started throwing away unsolicited book submissions without reading them. It's noted that TSR had previously discovered one of their all-time greatest authors, R.A. Salvatore, through these submissions. R.A. Salvatore driven out. Despite Salvatore being a huge earner for TSR with his Drizzt Do'Urden novels, in 1994, Brian Thompson demanded that he turn out 6 new novels in 3 years on top of a 3-book deal that the author had already just landed with Warner, meaning that Thompson wanted him to write 3 books a year for 3 years straight. So Salvatore walked, and TSR lost that golden goose. Lorraine blows a deal with the Tolkien estate. In 1992, the company sent one of their editors, John Ratcliffe, all the way to England to sit with the head of the Tolkien estate at the time, Christopher Tolkien, to negotiate a book and game deal. Ratcliffe proposed sequels to Tolkien's Lord of the Rings books, which Christopher Tolkien responded to with a very firm no. Tolkien did assent, however, to TSR making a Lord of the Rings RPG, but upon hearing that they wouldn't be able to make new Lord of the Rings novels, Lorraine Williams responded, quote, "Not worth our while," and walked away from the deal entirely. TSR was recklessly taking out loans with Random House. One of the big reveals in Slaying the Dragon is that Ben Riggs discovered a contract that explained a peculiar tendency of the company to overorder stock to be printed that had no chance of selling. For example, with the game plus VHS combo Dragon Strike, which was aimed at 8-year-olds, it initially sold 100,000 copies and was expected to sell another 50,000 copies, but Lorraine then ordered 150,000 more copies instead. As it turned out, the deal between TSR and Random House, which was signed in 1979, allowed TSR to receive payment on all products received by the distributor, whether that product was sold or not. Then any of that money that TSR received for product that remained unsold would need to be returned to Random House. So each time Lorraine grossly overordered products that she or the board knew would not be sold, it was TSR's way of taking out a loan. TSR began to abuse this odd contractual agreement to get fast cash despite a continuous decline in sales. By the 1990s, a full 30% of products were being returned, compounding the debt that TSR owed to Random House, debts that were accruing interest. Brom driven out. When the company brought on Gerald Brom, aka Brom, in the 1980s, he still had a lot to learn, but after just a few short years, he would grow to become one of the legends in fantasy artwork. But TSR, unlike a lot of other publishers, were contractually appropriating all of the rights to his work. And by the early 1990s, he felt that he had to leave in order to have control and ownership of his work. TSR loses Zeb Cook. In 1994, after 15 years at the company, co-creating the D&D Expert Set, Oriental Adventures, and Manual of the Plains, and right on the heels of the ambitious but poorly selling Planescape, Zeb Cook left the company for more job stability. TSR floods the market. Starting around 1990, the company decided that the best strategy for selling more RPG products was just to blast the market with one new setting after another, and continued this strategy all the way up through 1997, despite clearly seeing the sales numbers not rise. The products weren't even profitable. Many of the products during this period were more expensive to produce than they were selling for, resulting in a loss with each unit sold. The first Dark Sun adventure, as one of many examples, came with spiral-bound books, maps, and other goodies, which was cool, but TSR was losing about $1 with each set sold. Debt with Random House reaches almost $12 million. Remember that scheme where TSR would overorder print jobs in order to take out loans with Random House? That debt reached $11.8 million by June of 1995. Lorraine pitches Ameriforce. Lorraine Williams assembled a team and met with Random House to pitch a young adult novel and RPG series meant to capitalize on the 1996 Olympics called Ameriforce. Lorraine pressured Random House to a financial commitment within 15 minutes of the meeting starting, and when she didn't get one, she walked out. TSR ditches Random House at a sales conference. In order to obtain a better debt position, TSR began negotiations with a Random House competitor, Macmillan. But in an attempt to make Random House jealous and worried that TSR was leaving them, leadership at the company decided to stage a surprise no-show at a sales conference in which they, TSR, had been scheduled to deliver a presentation. Random House was understandably upset and did not renegotiate the monstrous debt, and in the end, TSR never even landed a deal with Macmillan. TSR sued by Random House. By April of 1996, TSR was only able to reduce their debt to Random House down to $9.5 million and not the contractually required $8.2 million. So Random House sued to recover all of the remaining debt. Leadership despised hobby stores. TSR was distributing at both bookstores and hobby stores, and their revenues were about 50-50 between the two. But for whatever reason, Lorraine and her board spoke very poorly of the hobby distributors. TSR lost money on factoring. In order to get fast cash up front, TSR used a distribution method called factoring, where they would get pre-orders from distributors in January of every year and deliver all of their products to distributors based on that one annual pre-order. In order to entice shops to order all their products up front in one go each year, they would offer a discount on that pre-order. Then they would take those pre-order contracts and turn around and sell them to investment banks, which took a percentage off the top. All said and done with pre-order discounts and bank charges, TSR was getting 82% of the normal sales price of each unit that they sold. Factoring made TSR inflexible. Since the company would fill all of their orders in January of each year, they couldn't respond very quickly to changes in the market, such as adjusting for poor sales on one product, or capitalizing on high sales on another, or responding to sudden new trends in the industry. The prime example of this was when the mall computer store Babbage's went out of business in the mid-90s. TSR had already sold them 30,000 copies of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons CD-ROM core rules when they announced they were going bankrupt. This meant that those CD-ROM rule sets would be sold at final clearance prices, which instantly destroyed the market for that product, since everyone would be buying it at Babbage's for $1 instead of at a book or game store for regular retail price. And they would also perceive the product as low quality or undesirable since it was being sold at Babbage's for so cheap. Factoring drove out Jeff Grubb. One of the great creators at TSR, Jeff Grubb, was forced to make major production goal changes on the Mystara setting project without an extension in the deadline in order to meet the upcoming January pre-orders. He quit soon thereafter. TSR makes Spellfire. When the new company Wizards of the Coast debuted a new type of game called a collectible card game in 1993, it was an instant and overwhelming success. As a result, TSR wanted to make a CCG of their own, and they gave their creatives 10 weeks to make it. The result was Spellfire, a game that initially sold well, but Lorraine didn't want to put any money into it, so the game had an art budget of $0. This meant that the team had to recycle artwork from previous publications and would end up using the same art for different cards. Returned Spellfire cards unsellable. Anytime a bookstore returned unsold Spellfire cards to TSR, the cards came in individual packs rather than in unopened boxes, which meant that they couldn't then be sent to hobby stores and would need to be considered a total loss. TSR stops paying royalties to creators. In 1996, sales by the company dropped 15%, and leadership decided to stop paying out contractually owed royalties to all freelance authors. Jim Lauder and R.A. Salvatore sued TSR, but were not actually able to get their money. TSR stops paying its printer. Due to mounting debt, leadership at TSR decided to stop paying their printer, the company JB Kinahan, and debt to them swelled to $6 million. In order to keep them at bay, TSR gave them one of their office buildings and started paying them rent. They also agreed that TSR would not be able to use any printer for any of their products other than JB Kinahan. Jim Ward quits. One of the top creators and oldest employees of the company, Jim Ward, was asked in 1996 to fire over 20 people. He quit instead. The David Wise lists. The task of firing staff in October of 1996 fell to David Wise instead. Lorraine personally asked Wise to come up with 8 people who he would fire, and Wise did so. As soon as he handed her the list, she said, "Good, now go back and give me 7 more." And after he did that, she asked him to do it several more times. Ultimately, the people who ended up getting fired were mostly not even from his lists. Random House returns. Between 1995 and 97, Random House returned $14 million worth of unsold products to TSR, an amount so high that it is suspected that the company was actively trying to bury TSR for abusing its little loan scheme. In 96 and 97, many products had negative sales figures, meaning more units were returned than sold. The Christmas firings. The TSR board decided that they would fire dozens of staff almost at random on December 20th, 1996, the Friday before Christmas that year. The employees had no warning and showed up to the office that day with plans to all attend a company holiday party that evening. Executive suites remodeled. During these dark days in 1996 and even through the Christmas firings, the executive suites of the office were being remodeled. JB Kinahan stops printing. By 1997, due to the amount of money that TSR owed their printer and now landlord, JB Kinahan refused to print any more products until the company serviced its debt. Total debt owed by TSR across the board at this point reached about $30 million. Employees were asked to bring their own toilet paper to the office. Copyrights as collateral. TSR offered up its own copyrights on dozens of works as collateral to guarantee promissory notes with Random House and a creditor bank. Gen Con stuff sent to a landfill. TSR staffers Monty Cook and Harold Johnson drove out to a massive storage unit one day where they tried to salvage what they could of a treasure trove of highly detailed miniatures and tabletop terrain that TSR had been using at Gen Cons for the past couple of decades. Since TSR was no longer paying rent on the storage unit, all of the items would be sent to the dump the next day. According to Cook, there were so many incredible dioramas and preciously painted D&D relics in the storage unit that he couldn't even count them all. He said that he and Johnson were able to stuff their car with a small fraction of what they saw in the storage unit before it was dumped the next day. Lorraine refuses to sell TSR to Wizards of the Coast. In 1997, Wizards founder Peter Atkinson met with Lorraine Williams to discuss the purchase of her company, but according to Peter, the meeting was so brief that he doesn't even remember sitting down. Lorraine made it clear that they weren't looking for a buyer. The Buck Rogers discount. As the story goes, Wizards was able to acquire TSR in 1997 through a bit of finagling that involved a small company called Five Rings Publishing, maker of Legends of the Five Rings. But in the final days of the price negotiations, Lorraine Williams sat with Peter Atkinson and told him, "I hope this doesn't kill the deal, but I cannot include Buck Rogers in the sale." Atkinson kept his poker face and managed to say, "Well, of course that's going to affect the price," and ultimately knocked about $500,000 off the price. Transfer of the company happened in June of 1997 for a price of $30 million, and it barely left a scratch on Wizards' bank account. And the rest is history. Actually, it's quite a history from that point forward, but I'll leave that to Ben Riggs to tell in a future book. It's been really fun to recap all.
There you go. Oh my god. Toilet paper. Toilet paper. They had to bring their own toilet paper. That was a trash fire to listen to. I'm a little bit speechless on some of it. Oh my god. So, there you go. That's your TSR history. Tactical Studies Rules was a great company. And now Wizards owns it, and that's where we are modern day. And that is the history of D&D, at least some of it. I talked about a lot of things today. Talked a lot about variant rules, resources for other rules you can use for your games, monster ecology. We looked at the history a bit. And with that, I think that pretty much ends the stream for today. So if you guys have been sitting through for this long, congratulations, you made it through to the end. It's quite a long video. It's probably going to be one of the longest videos that I'm going to have for this Dungeon Master series. If you guys are just now coming on in and you want to watch the rest of the series, let me give you the playlist for the Dungeon Master Academy. I think now it's 6 episodes long, so let me just get that for you guys real quick. But otherwise, starting next week, I'm going to be doing some homebrew reviews and also doing some answering of questions. If you're not part of the Discord, I will put the Discord link here. I'm going to be altering the Discord to include channels that you can submit your homebrew so that I can look at it for you if you want a professional review. I will also have a channel that you can submit your questions for things for like social things, like if you have like some sort of complicated social stuff going on in your table. Of course, it's going to be all anonymous, so that way you're not outed by any means to anyone in the public, so that way your privacy is maintained private. So that's going to be on the Discord. I'm going to be setting that up right after this stream. I want you guys to have a good day. It's Sunday. Go enjoy that heat. Go enjoy that summer. I'm going to be doing a raid. Let's see who is online. Let's see. Same category. We're going to go and raid. Let's see. We're going to raid Vitz Kuga. They look like they are playing Dungeons and Dragons. We'll start a raid, and this will be the raid message, raid from the archives. I will be back tomorrow doing Rapinathic. I will see you all later. Have a good day, and au revoir.